everyone. We are in our committee of the whole meeting of December 11th. Health and flow and peace development of the Squamish, away and Mayo. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. This is, I guess, our second budget meeting, although our first on the capital plan and general fund. And so I will pass it over to our CAW Monday.
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. Welcome, Council, this afternoon.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Second by Councilor Race. All those in favor?
No, that was
Opposed?
Come
Motion
on.
carries. Got all excited about that.
That's two.
Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. Welcome this afternoon. As you mentioned, we're talking about our general fund. And with me is our CFO, Christine Matthews, and Anushka Riveran, from Finance, who has been working incredibly hard behind the scenes to put the budget together for you. Just as a beginning, we want to let the public know that at any time they can provide feedback to us. We of course have the survey out there that Christina will be speaking to later, and these are all the different ways that during the meeting and after the community can weigh in, and Christina will definitely be monitoring this all throughout the workshop. So just some highlights on where we've been so far. As you mentioned, Mayor Heinzman, we've already covered the utility, operating and capital, and now we're into December and our goals in terms of the next few months. Today, what we've put together is an agenda for you. We recognize that today and tomorrow are the budget workshops. We don't anticipate that we'll get through all of this today, but I will be starting with a refresher on the strategic plan and pointing out specifically outstanding action items and highlighting those that are in the budget. You'll find that most of them actually are already underway, so it's encouraging. Christina's going to speak to the public feedback to date and give you an interim summary of the survey that went out. Christine will talk about process and guidelines in terms of financial policy and how we're going to go through the budget. We'll get into the general fund and community grants, library board and RCMP will be tomorrow. So any delegations from the community grants that council wanted to hear from, as well as the library board and RCMP are going to present tomorrow. At the end of every meeting, similar to last year, we're going to hear from Christina on any public input that we get, and then we'll wrap up and start again tomorrow.
Awesome.
Okay. Did you want to talk about goals or do you want me to? No? Okay. Great. So in terms of the workshop this year, thank you. Staff have worked quite hard at working through our operating budgets as well as special projects, any service level increases that we see as being worthy of discussion and prioritization, as well as obviously the capital plan. How we've structured it, and you'll see in your binders, and the finance team will walk you through it, is we have prioritized all of the different areas. So the capital plan, any service level changes, and our special operating projects. We've prioritized them to date based on risk, so safety, anything legislated. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Strategic plan, so council priorities, strategic plan, anything based on growth, anything operational that needs to continue. So one being, you'll see as an example, IT workstations. So somewhat discretionary, but not if we want to keep operating with our workstations. So that's how staff have prioritized. We've also indicated for each element the impact on taxes. We didn't draw a line, so to speak, because at this point we feel that it's really important that obviously council weigh in, because it's council's budget and the community's budget in terms of where we fit your priorities and your feeling on where we should prioritize those growth projects. And then of course at the end we want to finalize the community enhancement grants and then have a direction from council on the library board and RCMP specifically. So that's how we've set it up for this year. Are there any questions from council?
So, no. Keep going, I'm sure.
Okay, we can expand on it as we go.
Yeah, so just to circle back on number one, we are looking for clear direction from council on all of the proposed budgets in terms of what goes in and to what extent we if we do increase revenue, tax revenue. So in terms of budgeting process, there's council strategic plan. Of course, there are all the master plans that staff have been completing. Public input, of course, and then regulational and operational requirements. So all of those feed into our corporate action plans that we propose in order to meet the objectives of all of those four at the top. And then that determines the financial plan, which all of those proposed corporate action plans form what's in front of you. And then we get council's direction on the financial plan to carry it out.
I'm wondering if at this time, maybe talk a little bit more about the master plans and how they fit into our 5-year financial plan, because I think that's sort of a piece of the budget and the deliberativeness of the budget that people maybe don't appreciate or understand or know about even. Maybe, can you just talk about some of those specifics and how, and maybe you're addressing it further on in the budget, but I just thought it'd be a good idea to articulate that.
Absolutely. Our staff have done a very good job of late. Even starting in 2010 with our asset management plan. And then we plan, actually it's in this financial plan, to update it again. Integrated flood hazard management plan for most of our utilities, so the water master plan. All of those master plans are very long, they have a long-term view in terms of the growth of the community, the geography of the community, and what we need to do to ensure that our infrastructure is maintained and the safety of the community is maintained, as well as our natural assets, so water supply, and what capital projects and what operating that our staff have to carry out in order to meet the objectives of those master plans. So the flood hazard management plan is an example. There's a long-term plan for diking and safety that you'll see in the budget. That's quite a large capital program, but based on that master plan drives where we prioritize capital and operating. And they do tend to focus in the engineering infrastructure realm. Anything else you want me to say?
No, I just,
Yeah. And that tends to be the things that the public doesn't see, right? It's the underground stuff, it's the long-term safety planning.
And in each 5-year financial plan, you can see how the master plans feed into year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the financial plan. So it's not necessarily evaluated every year, and some things might be pushed out if we see we can get some life out of it, or it might be pushed up depending on what's happened in the last year. So I just wanted sort of that foundational piece to how the staff does sort of foundational bit part of the budget process.
Yeah. Thanks, Mary.
It's quite well thought out and strategically thought out for many years in the future.
And frankly, very scientific for a lot of them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So just a refresher on the strategic plan that Council's very familiar with, as hopefully the public is as well. And these are the 4 pillars under which there are goals and specific actions that staff have been carrying out since this Council's been in their term. This will look familiar. This is from our update that was late in October in terms of the actions that are completed, in progress, on deck, and it's looking like in terms of our capacity and what's on deck that about 13% of the original strategic plan won't be achieved by the end of your term, but only 3% of what's not on deck, and those actually represent projects that may go beyond the current strategic plan. So what I've done is I've taken all the outstanding strategic action items and put them in a chart like this with an update. So you'll see that all of the outstanding actions in the open and transparent government section of the strategic plan are funded and in progress. So no budget decisions about these. It's important to note as well when we went through the budget with staff, although there are several carry forward projects, there are capital projects that are funded from other sources, whether it be grants or again, carry forward. We did ask staff to consider those in terms of capacity because they still tax our capacity, no pun intended, but in terms of work plans and staff's ability to deliver. So we did take all of this into consideration as well, but everything you see here in progress is well on its way, and we continue to try and achieve it, or work to achieve it. So healthy community, again, most in progress and carry forward. If you'll notice where the yellow is highlighted, this is where there are budget considerations. So in the budget, you'll see transit expansions as part of a service level increase for council decision. Okay. Economic development. Everything is in progress. The wayfinding program, as you know, is budgeted over several years. The balance of it is, again, in the budget for council decision in terms of the capital plan this year and going forward. And last but certainly not least, environment. The zoning bylaw rewrite, which is scheduled for 2018 and is the reason for our continued staffing of some temporary planning, is going to include those green building policies and incentives. And then the bottom, we have a budget line item for carbon credit amount to continue with our policy towards carbon neutrality. And that would be for the offset. You'll see that in the budget as well. So that's the strategic plan. Quite encouraging when we went through this in terms of how much is already in progress, even without the current budget requests.
Yeah.
Just on that slide there, estuary management plan is part of that, or is that something else?
The estuary management plan is in progress in terms of being incorporated into the OCP. Yeah.
But there's no budget item or strategic priority that is to rewrite this estuary management plan per se, but integration into the OCP of some of the principles and
Well, just to that, I just know that there's always,
I'm just clarifying that it's not in there, as I think you think it
there's
should
just
be
always
in there.
discussion over who's going to run the estuary management plan. It requires a resource to chair it.
I think it's a bit of a, it's a little bit broken right now because participation from other orders of government, particularly federal and the province, has depleted over the years. And so without all the partners at the table, it's sort of not functioning as it should or it could. And fundamentally, it should be, I think, the province who is leading that. So the conversation to be had,
Absolutely.
but from our point of view, I don't think there's a budget item.
There's not. Thank you for the clarification. The plan itself will not be rewritten. But in previous council conversations, it was discussed about how it lacked teeth anymore. And so incorporating it into the OCP gives it that local government element.
There are also, through the chair, a few $1,000s from the work we did with SEMSI earlier in the year that we're going to carry forward, which will allow us to spend a little bit of time on looking at how SEMSI might be in 2018.
Excellent. That's good to hear. Thanks, Gary.
Okay, so if there aren't any more questions about the workshop generally or the strategic plan, I'll pass it over to Christina, who's going to talk about the interim survey results.
Awesome.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Christina Moore, Communications Manager. As Ms. Glenday mentioned, I'm here to speak to you today about the public input that we've received so far to date. Before we jump into the survey results, which I think will take a fair bit of time, I'll start by just summarizing the direct budget feedback that we have received from the public so far. As Ms. Glenday mentioned, we are collecting budget feedback through a variety of different means. We have an email address, budgetfeedback@squamish.ca. We have our Facebook page where we regularly post reminders and links to our budget documents and reminders about these meetings. And we're receiving feedback directly through that. And our other social media channels as well, Twitter, and I know that you are receiving some comments directly as well. So all of the budget feedback is included in a spreadsheet that you can access at any time. So what we'll do at these meetings is just highlight some of the high-level themes from the community without getting into every single word that's written, knowing that you can access that complete document, if that works for council. Okay, so a comment from Sarah Dreschler through our Facebook page. District of Squamish, please add more garbage bins for dog poop, especially where bags are provided.
What are we, 6? You get a giggle every time you say
I'm sorry, it's at the top of the page, first question. Bags provided and no bin. The bags are thrown into the woods, and would much rather see it go, the dog bags go into the garbage bins. Ann Air through...
I'm wondering, if there's already consideration of this item in the budget, can we just say, yes, we're adding more garbage bins, or if this is something the staff is, can we do that? Or have we even deliberated that far on the survey questions? Or input?
I would say at this point in time, it's proposed in the budget, but that would be up to...
It would be great to
Council
just to know this, staff have proposed X in the budget, just so we know.
So Mayor Heisman, if I may, some of these budget results are very emerging.
Yeah.
We're just literally getting them now, so
Oh, yeah,
they
it's not,
likely may not be addressed in the budget unless we had already understood the community was looking for that.
exactly, so I just want you to say, yeah, we've been thinking about this, it's proposed in the budget, just so we can break it down.
Ann Air, through email, is asking to put a request for budget to include funds for a water park in Squamish. Whistler has one, West Van has one, and even Pemberton has one, with many young children here in Squamish who would enjoy the summer activity without having to undertake a minimum 45 minutes drive. June Vanderstar is commenting that Loggers Lane downtown needs a bike lane and a sidewalk. It's borderline dangerous with those big trucks hauling. Julie Roberts also comments that Squamish needs more sidewalks and more streetlights. Robert Whitto comments, hello, the lighting on Government Road is excellent for autos, pedestrians, and bicyclists from downtown to Don Ross Middle School. From Don Ross Middle School to Squamish Valley Road, there is inadequate lighting. Over this 2-kilometer stretch, there is only 2 lights. And it's a very popular route for recreational bike riders in all seasons. Gord Gunner mentions that we really need a new and up-to-date boat launch. The boating community is getting bigger and bigger each year, and he references that he has sent council a proposed location and a rough cost for a new one. Christine Lepsher asks for consideration of a pedestrian or bike overpass east to west at Alice Lake and Highway 99. She's seen too many close calls of bikers and pedestrians crossing at that junction, or pedestrian-controlled lights, which may be cheaper. Victoria Jolie, signs at the entrance of the BMX track and artificial turf, maybe even a light. They're great facilities, but no one can find them. Jerry Reed, our recreation center was fine with a smaller population, but now with 20,000 plus, it's very inadequate. A new ice surface and gymnasium would be nice. Melanie Hamilton, consider a housing authority like Whistler. Upgrade infrastructure like sewer, sidewalks, and facilities like Brenham Park. And Ian Forbes, speed bumps on Guildford and Westway and Ballycliffe. People have no sense that it's a neighborhood. So those are the direct channels that we have received, and now I can move into the survey results.
Are any of those currently proposed in the budget?
Well, for the,
You're gonna have to a little bit closer just so Kelsey.
well, for sidewalks and lighting, there is a grid on lighting, but I think it's probably part of bigger projects, like the annual maintenance of roadways and things like that. Which the grid on.
Is that the only one?
Yeah, we have like the bird-proof bins, there's no overpass, there's no water park. Housing authority, we have some affordable housing for next year and like building over the next 2 years. And I think lots of those, like lots of the requests were about like sidewalks and lighting and so I can.
Lightning?
Lighting, sorry.
Yeah, I see Ted and Karen's hand up, let me just finish this question. Now, with regard to Brennan Park, the question about Brennan Park, we're in the middle of a master plan, which will inform how and when we need and can afford certain things, so we're waiting for the results of that. I just want to make sure we're not just dismissing these questions. Robin?
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. We have the consultant that's been working on the Brennan Park Master Plan coming either at the very end of January or the beginning of February to present on where we're at. And we've included funds for Brennan Park Master Planning public engagement in the agenda or in the budget for consideration.
Ted, Karen?
Thanks. Well, same as kind of what you're saying, you know, like when we get a question, it would be nice to direct people to, you know, like where in the organization they could either seek to add more input or, you know, like the lighting going into the BMX track and that in there. I mean, that is a problem, and I've heard that a few times. So let's just use that one for an example. Where would staff send that so that it would get put on a list of you know, those little improvements that we do all the time? I mean, it's terribly dark up there. You can drive right by that spot looking for it.
And is signage part of the master plan for Brennan Park?
Mayor Huntsman, great points around being able to reach back out and say, yes, it's proposed, or no, it's not. We recognize that the process is a bit challenging because the proposed budget's before you and we may be getting feedback that doesn't include some of it. At this point, through the workshop with council, we can talk about whether you want us to scope that or not, put it on the parking lot, integrate it into the budget. But we'll certainly make sure that we point out both to council and to the people asking the questions, which ones are in the budget proposal and which ones aren't, and then you can have the conversation around the ones that aren't. We'll leave other people forward.
But for example, then, the water park that the woman's talking about, would we say to those people, it's been talked about for quite a few years, the Brennan Park Master Plan, which is being done shortly, maybe where you would put your input? This, so it's just not a, you know, you want people that are engaging to feel like something's happening. And it's, you know, I mean, I get it all the time, and I know we don't answer Facebook stuff. This is budget Facebook stuff.
We do answer Facebook stuff all the time.
On our district page, we do,
Yeah,
not on
absolutely.
third-party pages.
Karen?
Yeah, I just had a question about how we're closing the loop with people that are giving us comments, so we can talk about that later. And also, I saw in the budget, there's a line item for just increasing signage across the community because our growing population, so we could always slot the BMX signage at least, maybe not lighting, but the signage in that budget line item.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think I got most of the comments, and I was thinking as we were going through that we sort of have touched on, I think, almost all of those. Crossing Highway 99 is perhaps an exception because that's not our jurisdiction, but when I think of the water park, for example, there is no line item in the budget for the water park, but I think as part of a Brennan Park master plan, that would be something that would be considered because that's certainly one of the probable, not the certain location if we're going to have a water park. And same with, what was the other one? There was another one that's part of something that we're doing right now. Now it's just escaped me. The marine strategy might be included, might include a boat ramp, for example. So I would think that that would be something that would be considered there and how it might be funded and when it might happen. So a lot of those things that were mentioned, I think, are sort of part of things that are already kind of underway and we just haven't yet determined. Oh, the other was the Brennan Park Ice Arena and so forth, and that is the Brennan Park Master Plan, absolutely. I can remember a study some years ago that talked about 22,500 being the tipping point for a new rink. And we're closing in on that, so certainly the timing is appropriate for that.
And there's always a difference between when you need something and when you can afford something. Okay, so just to close the loop on this, a lot of these things are still going to be addressed as we discuss the budget, a lot of the input from the community, and we're still obviously open to more input as people. Thanks.
Okay, so moving into the budget results, the link to the budget report was shared with council on Thursday with the agenda package, and there was quite a lot to go through. We've had 110 completed responses to date, and considering it's quite a long survey, we were quite pleased with that response. The schedule closing date for the survey is this Friday, the 15th. However, we can talk about whether or not council wants to extend that, considering we have the holidays approaching. But if we do stick to the 15th, we certainly will push that deadline and expect that we'll get quite a number of additional responses prior to the deadline. So because there is so much data to go through here, and knowing that we have a full workshop for you to go through ahead of this, my intention was to keep this at a high level, knowing that you have the link to all of the individual responses. I have attempted to pull out some themes that we have seen in the written responses based on the number of times, typical certain topics have been raised. However, a complete survey report will be done with greater analysis and kind of tracking of keywords once the survey closes. So this is really just an interim report to give you a sense of the results prior to you going through this workshop. So you have that sense from the community as you consider the next couple of days. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. So question number 1, there are 18 questions, so we'll try to move through it quickly. Question number 1, I can get around safely within my neighborhood and through the community. I'm not going to add any interpretation to this. I just want to present the results as you see them. Themes in terms of this particular question, these word clouds give a sense of what words surface to the top to the greater degree. Now we did hear quite a bit in this in the comments on lack of sidewalks, as well as lighting, dark streets, and commuter trail. Speeding was a bit of a theme, as well as some appreciation stemming from the bike lanes that have been installed. So again, the comments were very far-reaching. Many different topics were considered, but overall, over 50% strongly agree or agree that they can get around safely within their neighborhood. Any questions, comments? Should we just?
Yeah, when I was going through the survey, I was wondering if you can extrapolate out the demographic that goes with these comments too. For example, are seniors feeling more vulnerable, or are parents with kids? I'm just trying to understand maybe. Can we do that?
We can do that in the final report, and that is why we asked some demographic information at the end so that we could look at exactly that, whether a certain theme was stemming from young families or seniors. There is the demographic information at the end, which shows you how many percent of the respondents were from each age group. So yes.
So we could go out and put quadrant it off into the 4 different age categories, the results of each of these?
We could,
Is that hard?
yep. I don't know. We will look at that for sure. I mean, that's why we asked the demographic information, so we could connect back.
Yeah,
So it'll
because it might just help us zero in on where we
Absolutely.
need to spend the money or not, a
Yeah.
little bit more. Karen, and then Sutton.
I think part of the demographic question was which neighborhood are you from? So it'd be interesting to see the correlation between those who are neutral to strongly disagree and which neighborhoods they're residing in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'll make a note of that for the final report.
Thanks. Did I see a hand over here? No, okay. Thank you, Karen, for sitting at the table and explaining. Good job.
Question number 2 was on transit service. Squamish Transit Service meets my needs. In this sense, in this example, you've got over 50% disagreeing or strongly disagreeing. Now, there is a bit of a caveat here because quite a number of people responded in the neutral category, I believe, and many of the comments said, I don't ride transit. So I think that there's a consideration there for some people who are reflecting in these numbers, perhaps who don't ride it, but that also tells us something about the fact that they're not riding it.
And do we think some people are responding to regional transit needs in this question?
There are some comments, absolutely. So if we take a look at the word chart here, the word cloud here, you'll see the word Vancouver, quite a large size, which means it got a number of references. The comments do reference regional transit. So themes I pulled out where more frequency is required. Many people still use cars because of the gaps in the schedule. Earlier and later schedules would be appreciated. Streamlined routes. Why do all buses need to stop at Brennan Park? Regional transit is needed, and rail service should also be considered.
And just to clarify, this is a word jumble of both positive and negative comments, or both sides of, it's not just, these are all things that are people concerned about or are supportive of, it's all jumbled into one.
That's correct. It's a word jumble of all of the comments, both positive and negative, and how many times each word showed up. So transit obviously showed up a lot. Why is the greatest size of the word?
Nice way of looking at it.
So the roads in Squamish are kept in good condition throughout the year. We did highlight the fact that Highway 99 is not under District of Squamish jurisdiction. Generally, there's some agreement. There's good agreement between strongly agree and agree. Over 50% or close to 50% agreeing. Almost 30%, almost 40% disagree, strongly disagree. So the themes around this area are that the roads are generally in good repair. Potholes get mentioned quite a lot. Too many potholes, disrepair, needs more attention. The community, many comments that the community would like to see the budgets for roads repair and maintenance maintained or increased. And there were quite a few comments about line painting. Visibility of the line painting needs attention as well. And there were some comments
Doesn't help
about...
we ask the question at the end of the year before we repaint for the first year. And obviously snow is another.
Snow was a big one. I would say the comments were fairly even between people who were providing kudos to the snow clearing crews and others who felt that we could have done a better job. Generally, our community
Can we
feels
go back to that one
safe.
for a second? The pothole one is always something that comes up. Is there any way to really understand how, like, I hate to use the word benchmark, but do we have a benchmark of how many potholes we fill in a year over the last couple of years, and are we getting more potholes every year? And I know last year, because the winter was probably more dramatic than other years, but do we have a way of measuring that, or is that worth measuring?
Through the chair, we could probably get that number about how many spot repairs that we do. In terms of a metric against others. I'm
Or
not
is
sure.
it worth it? It was more, like, you can think about it, you don't have to answer it
Okay.
now. Tim?
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, normally you don't repair the potholes till after the freezing weather, because it just lifted.
Yes.
Every winter, people complain about potholes, but you gotta wait until it's.
Yeah, we certainly have a lot of road works going on right now and sub-road works going on, so I think that certainly it's top of mind right now.
Yeah, that was reflected in the comments as well in terms of some of the capital projects that are underway. Question number 4, I feel safe in my community. Here we had a strong lean towards strongly agree or agree, close to 70%. Just about 70% of the community feels safe. About 25% disagree or strongly disagree, and about 5% are neutral. Of the comments and the themes, many of the comments suggested that people feel generally safe. A number of comments did reference theft and break-ins as being a problem. A number of comments referred to our fire hall on Tantalus Road as it's been under construction or under upgrade. A number of comments referenced that it looked unsafe. And some comments as well.
Honestly, it's safer than it's ever been.
Some suggested that the fire department is also too small for the size of our community. There were a few comments about the RCMP volunteers and community policing, and that it would be great to see that increase. The lighting comment, the lighting theme came up again. Increased lighting in public areas is needed. And also bylaw needs more resources and should be proactive with enforcement was a theme throughout this comment. What was heartening in here was at least one person referenced the numbers that they saw in the infographic. So I think we did get a sense that people were looking at the amount of money that is spent in protective services and in the different budget areas, and were commenting based on what they had seen in the information. So hopefully taking a bit of learning away from that as well. Any comments, questions? Number 5, Squamish has sufficient recreation facilities, including indoor facilities and outdoor amenities such as playing fields, playgrounds, parks, tennis courts, etc., for a wide range of ages. So this was fairly balanced, although a little bit greater, about 50% disagree or strongly disagree, and about 43% agree or strongly agree. Themes here, this was a real mixed bag of interests. You could see based on the recreational interests of the people responding. Some people said that our parks and playgrounds they felt were underutilized. Many comments about our indoor facilities, ranging from the new ice rink, a new pool, and rec center, as well as a gym and fitness facility. And then the water park received some mentions through here. And many people appreciated what we have and also all the outdoor opportunities in Squamish with the natural assets that we have available to us as well. We asked a question about arts and culture programming. The level of arts and culture programming and facilities meets the needs of the community. Here we had about 55% of the community disagree or strongly disagree, and about 36% of the community agree or strongly agree, with about 9% being neutral on this topic. Generally, the comments suggested that arts funding should be greater and that we are sorely lacking in a theater/arts center and cultural space for the performing arts, for artists, etc. One comment did ask the question why, let me just pull this out because I felt it needed clarifying. It asked why council had turned down a music concert. So I'm not sure if that was relating to the Squamish Valley Music Festival, but I just thought that
We didn't turn down music.
might be worth clarifying. Okay. Number 7, I'm comfortable with the pace of growth of business and population in Squamish. So we had close to about 37%, 36% agree or strongly agree, 11% neutral, and then what's that, 53% disagree or strongly disagree.
So I guess the challenge with this question is, it's two different questions. Growth of business is one question and population growth is another question, and they may elicit very different responses. Because with the jobs piece later on in the survey, you know, obviously business growth might be welcomed, but there's a perception that the population growth is what's more alarming. So I'm just wondering, when I saw that question, I thought it's a little two-sided and it might be hard to really tease out the results there.
I think when we spoke about that question, we did have a bit of conversation about it at the council table. Originally, the question was just based on, it didn't reference business or population, it just spoke about growth. And I think the feedback at that time was perhaps we needed to identify, I think the idea was to try to draw out input from the community to correlate
I
the
understand the
two.
evolution to get here, I'm just thinking that this question's a challenging one, because they might think our business growth isn't big enough, even though it's certainly getting better, but our population growth is big enough, so it's two questions in one, so. I understand that it didn't clarify it at all before, and we had sort of said, let's make sure we're eliciting response on both sides of that coin, but it still may not be specific enough.
Well, in looking at the themes, they tended to be more directed at population growth. So the themes that emerged were affordability, preservation of green space and natural beauty through views, parking, density, not giving into developers, and job growth is not matching population growth. Those were the concerns. Comments, themes.
Okay.
Number 8, there are sufficient work opportunities for me within Squamish in my chosen field. So 62% disagreed or strongly disagreed with this statement, and about 30% agreed or strongly agreed. Themes along this front were that many commute to the city because of higher wages and availability of jobs, and that the question, the second part of the question did ask what your field of work was and what would enable you to work here. If you look closely, if you look through the comments, you will see a wide variety of jobs that were listed. There was no real theme, although it did note there were quite a number of engineers who lived in Squamish, I noticed.
Sorry, I knew everything.
Just interestingly though with that, I think, because I didn't look through the entire survey online, which I found really well done by the way, it also stated that, I think it was higher than 50% do not commute though.
Yeah, that question's coming up actually in the
So it's
demographics.
it's kind of a strange juxtaposed between those two.
Yeah, that's it, because of the people who responded, there's actually more people that actually work here, but maybe they're taking jobs that aren't in their field, that they take because they don't have to
Yeah, so it's interesting to tease that out a bit more.
Question number 9 on infrastructure. The district makes infrastructure maintenance and renewal, including water, sewer, pipes, diking, roads, bridges, and drainage a priority. This one, we got a strong response under agree or strongly disagree of about 61%.
I strongly agree.
Sorry, did I say, yeah. Agree or strongly agree of 61%, and about 19% of disagree or strongly disagree. Themes in this particular question were that very generally, very positive comments about noticing all the work that takes place. There was quite a high neutral value in this particular question. A number of comments did suggest, I'm not really sure, I don't know much about that. So I think that's where that high neutral number comes from. Again, some of the themes that the community would like to, or the respondents would like to ensure that capital works and upgrades remain a priority through growth, because of aging infrastructure. And there were some references about the dikes and the need for upgrades in that area. Road maintenance was also addressed in this question as well. Increased road maintenance was mentioned several times. And the wastewater treatment plant got some mentions as well in terms of odor. Okay. My options to divert and recycle waste are adequate and straightforward. A strongly agree or agree response. About 67%, about 25% disagree or strongly disagree, and about 8% were neutral on this one. Themes, all recycle, I would say the main theme was that there were concerns that there were some recyclables not available for curbside pickup. So glass, for example, soft plastics were mentioned. And that was probably the greatest criticism or the greatest amount of feedback. A number of people really appreciated the expansion of the weekly organics pickup and would love to see it even longer, earlier, or year-round. Also, a few comments about considering weekly collection of recyclables, that their totes were not big enough for that bi-weekly pickup or every 2-week pickup. Some comments talked about looking for recycling options in multifamily buildings, which should come with the rollout of the solid waste bylaw update. And there were some comments that talked about how do we focus more on waste reduction as a first step before jumping to recycling. There's some good comments in there. Number 11, I am well informed about District of Squamish news and projects. A strong agree or strongly agree in this case, about 74%. About 14% disagreed or strongly disagreed, and about 11% were neutral. Themes, respondents felt that information was readily available if you wanted it, if you were looking for it. Comments suggesting that social media updates were helpful and responsive. The weekly newsletter is well received, and general improvements in communications and openness have been noticed and appreciated. Number 12, I can interact with and access District of Squamish information and services in the way in which I prefer. We led this a little bit just to give some sense of what we were looking for example, online or by telephone or in person, for example. So 81% agree that they can interact with and access district information in the way in which they prefer. 81% agree or strongly agree. 9.5% disagree or strongly disagree.
Was there a common theme in the disagree or strongly disagree, like we don't do enough in person, or is there
I would say The themes around that were that people were looking for more online options for all interactions. So the fact that they would prefer, they felt that heading to Municipal Hall or heading to a building should be optional in all cases. So for example, renewing your business license online or renewing your dog license online, which is coming, which is.
Or even some of the
Yeah.
apps that might come or
Yeah.
things like that, okay.
So that was the main thread, I would say. Generally, staff were commented as being accessible and generally get back to you quickly. There were some comments to say that the response back was quick, but the follow-through to sort of the end outcome isn't always swift. And I'm not sure if that means that wasn't the answer wasn't what they were looking for, but they did feel that they received quick feedback and quick response.
And that could be a case of us over-promising a little and not being able to deliver based on workload or whatever. That's possible.
It's possible.
I don't know the context, so I can't speak to it.
No, it's just, they're just general comments. Oh, sorry, I just scanned over that a little bit quickly. Number 13, the Corporation of the District of Squamish operates transparently and is managed in a responsible manner. 60% agree or strongly agree. About 22% disagree or strongly disagree, and about 17% were neutral on this topic. Themes, the streaming and the video archiving of the meetings was mentioned a number of times, and people felt that that was a demonstration of transparency. In terms of the managing in a responsible manner perspective, I think the biggest theme that I took away was the need to be responsible in keeping pace with development, in particular with building upgrades, and a new civic center / city hall was mentioned a few times as well. As a resident, I receive good value for the property tax dollars that I pay annually. So about 55% agree or strongly agree, 42% disagree or strongly disagree, and then about close to 5% are neutral on this topic. Comments varied on this one. A number of people said that based on where they had come from other communities, that taxes here were not an issue. A number of comments did indicate that property taxes have increased year over year and feel that they are getting to the point where they are too high. A number of comments to suggest that it would be great to see the residential burden offset with industry. And some comments about the perception that services are not increasing, yet taxes are. And but several comments were expressing satisfaction for the services and amenities that the district offers. Guides.
Okay.
This would be another one where I'd be interested if there's a correlation between the positive and negative responses and the neighborhood people are coming from. Because assessments have gone up so wildly differently across the district, it'd be interesting to know if that had an impact on them. That would be very interesting.
Okay. Okay, as a business owner, I receive good value for the tax dollars I pay annually. So of those who, this one you'll see an additional column on the left, and that was for residents who who said that this was not applicable because they're not business owners. So about 32% agree or strongly agree. About 20% disagree, or strongly disagree, and quite a large number of neutrals in this category as well. So I think there was some duplication between people clicking not applicable and neutral, in the sense that they are not necessarily business owners. There were very few comments on this question. I would say that the main theme was that there was concern that limited business lands are made available or are available. And there is a sense that there's a loss of employment land for light industrial needs.
When we say business tax rate, do we mean mill rate or do we mean average assessed value for business? What do we mean by that exactly?
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. My
In the context
interpretation
of
would be
the below average,
my response on that would be the actual rate itself.
the mill rate. Which may be, but the assessed value might be very much different, so what they actually pay. I just want to make sure we're clear that it's not what they actually pay, it's the rate per thousand that we're talking about. So I think from a business's point of view or an individual's point of view, they don't necessarily look at the mill rate, they just look at what they're paying every year. And they go, a comparable business in X community is actually lower than my hairdressing salon here, or whatever it may be. So just the tax rate may not be the best way of gauging that.
Yeah, interesting, because the other thing we've talked about when we discuss this is the ratio of commercial or light industrial to residential, where I think we are, if I recall last year's discussion, pretty close to the BC average in those particular categories. So it is a little confusing because when it's we that do it, we tend to mix up the comparison sometimes. The mill rate's one thing, but in a town with low assessments, the mill rate's going to be higher, and vice versa. Hard dollars is hard to compare because there's different property values. And then the ratio is the one that, from my perspective at least, has been more commonly the common denominator when we get into these discussions. What's the ratio between the commercial and light industrial versus the residential taxes? Where I think we are on the BC average.
And we have over the years been trying to lessen the burden on the light industrial business and put it more on, strategically more on the residential. So,
Yes, and I think there's always size of municipality makes a big difference too. There are certain levels where you reach economies of scale, and there's more people to distribute it over. So you kind of have this middle ground as a municipality grows up, where to have more services means a higher tax rate to those paying because it's a smaller population to distribute it over. So you always, there's so many mixes in taxation, as council is very aware.
thanks.
Okay, just a couple more questions here. This one was well received. I have received good service from District of Squamish staff within the past year. So 82% agree or strongly disagree, and about 11% disagree or strongly disagree, and about 5% are neutral. Again, there's a not applicable category in this question for those who have not had an interaction with staff in the last year.
That's excellent. Yeah.
So very positive comments from the question there, and that was really all that was taken away from the theme. That was from the themes. There were no themes other than just very positive about various interactions across district operations.
Here's the one X comment. They made the
Yeah, should put that one as on.
We'll have to deal with that right away.
Yeah. Now, the final two questions were not a sliding scale, and the questions were so diverse that I didn't feel able to pull a theme out or themes out. I think the word cloud is probably the best example of where the subject matter of the comments were located. So, what do you feel are the most pressing issues facing the District of Squamish in the coming year? You can see the big ones there. Okay. And finally, do you have any additional feedback to share on a topic not covered here? I would say there were at least 2 comments in this section that said that they had appreciated the opportunity to provide this input and that they did feel that council was listening to them. And so that was expressed. Again, I don't think that there was any theme that jumped out beyond these words. It's probably the best example of a summary. So I'll just quickly skim through the demographic information. This is looking a little small. Sorry, that's 43.8% is male and 49.5% female. There was a comment under communications about, obviously from a male, I assume, that said he kept informed through his wife. So that may be why the females are greater in terms of respondents. Age, the biggest group that has responded here, 66%, was between the ages of 30 to 54. The next group, the 55 to 69 age group, at 14%. About 7.5% 18 to 29. Almost 6% were 70 plus, so we can definitely take those age categories and look at how they responded to some of the questions. And then almost 7% preferred not to say.
Is there a reason why 30 to 54 is 24 years and 18 to 29 is 11 years? So could we break out the 30 to 54 as well? Just because it's so much longer than the other timeframes, so we really get an understanding of the demographic.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to break that out any further.
Or because we asked.
Those were the chunks. We can make a note of that for the future to maybe just do it by decade.
Ted?
Yeah. So I think it might be helpful also to look at rub out the neutral and just take, like show it the way you do, but in the end, we could have a index showing all the questions and the positive and negative, like the 2 positives added up and the 2 negative added, and then if we just looking at it, now that it's all history, I can't remember which ones. So then we could see the ones that really stick out quickly. And then what do we do with this information? I mean, is there more that we get out of it, or where does it go, or what happens to the stats? Is this to show us that and then that's it, or?
Yeah, a number of suggestions have been discussed. I think that the intent of this in the beginning was to get a temperature check of where the community sees the district on a number of these key factors. We did talk about it becoming an annual survey that we could benchmark then from year to year. So this particular survey then would establish that benchmark. So if the same questions get asked in a year from now, or tweaked to improve them slightly, then we can start to measure from year to year and really look at that resident and citizen satisfaction year over year.
And would the survey be available year-round, or does it just come out during budget?
That's a great question. I think that would be up for consideration. It might make sense to do it at a different time of the year.
Or just always available?
Something to consider
Yeah,
moving
I
forward.
think you can't just have it open, because then you can't create the parameters to generate data, but if we did it more than once a year, that'd be interesting. I saw a bunch of these questions and thought, oh, this area is worth really exploring more, to tease out, is there a problematic neighborhood that's being underfunded, or is there a particular demographic, or do we have a communications issue, or are we not, we're not getting the positive information out there, or is this a serious? So there was pieces that I'd love to tease out in terms of some of the understanding really what people, I mean, this was a very broad-based survey, so you're just sort of getting, as you say, pulse or temperature.
Yeah.
But I think certain departments may want to follow up on some other things.
Absolutely.
Did I say anything?
Instead,
Yeah, so I mean, you know, it's a lot of information to gather. And so, you know, the water park and the ice arena, I'm thinking it might be an idea to have I guess when the Brennan Park master plan comes out, we could have a questionnaire there on what do people want, an ice skating rink or a water park. And, you know, so I guess we'll get around to the election when we're gonna pick some referendum questions, or,
That's gonna be, the council has said they wanna use the election as a place to
Yeah.
get a bit of a pulse in the community. I look at it as, I'm not sure, I mean, the cost of a new ice arena is exponentially more than the cost of a water park. So in either or, we have to make sure we're actually choosing something that might be a relative decision. Maybe an art center and an ice arena are a relative decision, but anyway, I see it as an opportunity. Some of these things, I think, we're going to have to do a fairly significant feasibility analysis, both from financial and the population and a whole bunch of different things. I'm expecting the master plan to sort of feed into that a little bit, but it likely will say we need to really drill down on exactly the numbers and exactly the population that we can afford to do this, and then plot it out. But that's how I see it. But I think, yes, we're going to ensure that we have questions on next year's ballot, for sure. I mean, that was council's direction, so I'm assuming it hasn't changed. So,
thank you. Yeah, I think, you know, a follow-up survey, rather than just repeat the whole thing, would be great to zero in on a couple of things, you know, whether there's age items or neighborhood items that we wanted to kind of get more detail on. We wouldn't necessarily have to repeat the whole survey for that. And we might want to focus in on a couple of things. When we start talking about facilities, like an ice rink or a water park or something like that, for me it's not really meaningful unless people have an idea of what it costs. And so I would think if we were going to go out to the public in any form, whether it's referendum or survey, you know, if you want an ice arena, it's going to cost the average homeowner X dollars per year in their taxes. So that they kind of draw the relationship. Otherwise, who would say no? You know, why not? And so I think we have to kind of ground it a little bit in reality when we're talking about those types of things if we want to get specific.
Peter?
And further to that, could you refresh my memory, did we have any policy drafted as yet for 3P with regards to an arena or a facility?
It's, Mayor Heinzman, through you, it's ongoing right now. We have staff and we're working on that project.
Do we have a timeline for seeing something on it?
End of February.
Q1 2018.
and just to Doug's point there, I just have a sneaky gut feeling that the water park would get more votes than an ice arena. And you know the difference in cost is huge.
Through the chair, I don't think we ever want to pit facilities against each other. I think we create a master plan for Brennan Park that includes what our community is asking for. And then it's just a matter of funding.
And money.
And certainly money. And we have other plans saying that a new rink was somewhere around the $22,000. People.
It's not the $22,000.
22,000 population level.
Per person, that was done 5 years ago.
Whereas, you know, some people might feel the fact that we're near the ocean and lakes and we have backyard sprinklers might be able to put us off from building a water park. So there's pros and cons, but I don't think we want to put questions that pit people against each other. It's about setting direction and priorities. I think we need both eventually. Jason?
Is there an option in budget for funding for water parks at this moment?
Currently, through the mayor, there is nothing proposed. Well, we'll talk to this a bit more, but we asked staff to bring in a very lean, kind of a must-have focus.
Because I kind of agree with Ted that a water park type thing, you know, based on the experiences I've seen in other communities, it seems like there's probably some partnering funding that, and it would be a shame to have a great idea like that mired in some mega master plan process when in fact the budget, is not quite of the same magnitude. So, and I, just from my own personal perspective, I actually think that the park should be in one of our higher density residential neighborhoods where people don't necessarily have backyards or, and offer that recreation very close to home. So, just for consideration. But,
Yeah, and there may be more value in putting 3 small ones around town as opposed to one mega one at Grand Park together. There's a whole comprehensive conversation when we get into the capital budget, we'll start digging into those things a bit more.
I just have a couple of last slides. This is the breakdown of the neighborhoods. 33%, the Highlands was the greatest amount, 19% Brackendale, and 18% downtown, 3 top ones.
Does that generally reflect where our population base is? Like it pretty much, yeah, 30% of our population lives in the Highlands anyway, or is that generally?
We'll take a look at that, and Christine mentioned as well with regards to the age demographics, we'll compare those to our census results as well to see if that is on par with or the correlation is there.
Yeah, and it was interesting, the one or two specified other, I would have put them in a neighborhood, but they don't consider themselves in that neighborhood, like Mamplan. and-
Well, we did ask, when you wrote other, we did ask for them to fill it in so that we could understand where they
And
came
one was
from.
Eagle Wind, was it?
I'll have to look back. I can't
And the other one was Mamplan, and I was like, I would have lumped that myself in these other neighborhoods, but it was just interesting. Sorry, go on. I went through Paradise Valley.
I think
filled
we're
in.
down to the last 2 here. Do you commute outside Squamish for work? These are a bit small. 53.3% said no, and 29.5% said yes, and 17.1% said occasionally.
So what I thought was interesting, and Peter pointed it out, is that this doesn't correlate to are there enough jobs in Squamish for my career? So interesting to see why there's a difference in that, and I have an idea in my mind why that is, but basically.
I'm just curious on this question, was there a precursor question that filtered out people who don't commute to work at all? Like who are stay-at-home type folks?
No, I don't believe there was an option. So for example, if somebody was retired, that wouldn't have given them an option. I'll double check on that, but I don't believe so.
But yeah, for future surveys, I think it'd be really interesting to know that data, and even just knowing, stay-at-home parents with children versus, retired folks. Or
That would be actually great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And finally, do you own a business in Squamish? 20% said yes and 80% said no. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank
So
you.
quickly, is there any interest in keeping this budget open longer than December 15th? Shall we make a final push for input and then we'll compile the results?
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Well, we've only made public essentially today the budget. And so it really doesn't, we haven't given the community a long time to actually have any view of the budget with regard to the survey, and maybe we don't want that to happen, but that would only be my concern, is that we're cutting it off a little too close to when we actually, like 4 days after we've actually seen the budget.
So the survey has been open for a month, or will have been open for
Yeah.
a month by the time the 15th comes around, and it is based on 2017 numbers, so that it was positioned to the community as we want to get a sense of where
Where
you
we are.
sit. Now, in the next sort of 12 hours, we have the budget spreadsheets that you're looking at today online currently, and we're just about to launch an interactive kind of drill down tool so people can actually get in and look at the 2018 numbers. So it may impact the budget results in the sense that we may get some more interest while this conversation is happening, but I do feel that we have given a month.
Okay, so we have another couple of major pieces going with
We
this.
do, and we'll continue to be looking for the direct input.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor.
No, I remember that after we make some decisions, so this helps us establish priorities, right? So people are saying, yes, please keep investing in infrastructure, and making sure that we're meeting, so that we need to sort of hold that in the back of our minds when we make decisions on budget. But then once we make those decisions, we're going out, we're putting up with boards like the library or Brennan Park, so people can comment directly about whether we've got it right this time.
Yes, and those are all planned for this week through Mayor Hansman.
Back to the last slide, Christina. Could we word it next time we put this out to say, does you or someone in your household commute outside? My one thing I'm thinking of here is that your demographics show that it was a lot of the females in the household, or females that have completed this, that I'm wondering if they were stay-at-home moms while maybe the husband went into work.
Careful.
No, it's true. I'm not saying it as a slander or anything, I'm just saying it as a possible fact. So I'm just curious, if you worded it as, do you or someone in your household commute for work? It would be interesting to see.
You get better numbers.
Or even
Strikes
just
me
does
as
a
odd.
member of the household
Did
commute?
someone else in your household
Yeah,
fill out the
that's-
survey?
Yeah,
And
whichever. I just think that it's worthwhile
I'm
because
kidding.
it's at a disparity with the other numbers, so I'd like to see if we can drill into that a little further and find out what that entails.
I think my personal opinion on if we should ask a question, I would rather it we stay to the individual as opposed to drilling down into maybe 4 or 5 or 6 family members in a house. And we keep the question clean here. But I think there's, as I think someone said earlier, there may be some pieces missing in terms of do you work out of the home and other things like that. And like we want more than one person in a household to actually fill out the survey because it may be a very different experience for different people filling it out. So just on that. Do you want to follow up with that? And then
Yeah.
I'll go to Doug.
Is there commuter data in our census data?
There has been, it was in the 2011 census. I don't believe it's been released yet, the 2016 update.
But it's usually there, right?
Yes.
Commuter data. Okay.
Yeah, we have the data from 2011 still.
And I agree with the mayor, I think it should be an individual filling out the survey, we just might need to add a demographic.
Thanks, yeah. For me, a survey is a snapshot. And so it's been exposed for over 4 weeks, and so I would cut it off. But that doesn't, of course, stop the comments coming in that we can react to or not, the feedback and all the, as we kind of get through the detail of the budget. So I would just leave it like that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina. And I would like to point out that particularly on communication and our staff servicing, survey results are awesome. You guys are doing a great job.
Didn't have one about council.
Can we take a few-minute break?
Of course.
We'll be back here at 2:30. Okay, we are back in our budget committee of the whole meeting on December 11th, and I'll pass it to Christina, our wonderful CFO.
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. So, no surprise in this section. I'm gonna try and work through it quite quickly because we really want to get on with the actual workshop aspect of this. But every year I do need to touch base and just remind you about some of our key policies. And the strategic plan requires that we incorporate these into our financial plans. The long-term financial plan guiding principles and financial policies are on our website, and they are available in some of the key ones are summarized in your package under section 2 for that. So I'm just going to very quickly run through them. Council, like I said, is very familiar with these. You've been seeing them for 4 years straight, but as you go into your final one, I think it's worth talking about it. Because one, I think as you head into prioritization, it's good to keep these principles in mind. So it's going to be really tough. There's a lot of competing priorities with your master plans, your strategic plans, and all these great public input we just got. And unfortunately, as you know, financial resources and keeping our tax rates reasonable is always a delicate balance. So as you head into prioritization exercise, I just wanted to remind you of some of the key policies that we'd like you to think about and use as sort of guiding principles. And I think one of the other great things about it is in your final term, it's great to look back and see how well you've done so far. So we'll celebrate some of the things that we have actually accomplished to date. So it's just sort of some of the things that, or the core guiding principles behind our financial policies are that we will maintain stable and sufficient taxation. So basically try to stabilize rates over the longer term and maintain sufficient taxation for the desired service levels. Sustainable and equitable, so this talks both to tax policy in terms of how we distribute the tax base, as well as making sure that we're funding services in a longer range mentality. Prudent and flexible, so we want to make sure that we're managing risk and liability, looking out for safety, and ensuring that our debt levels don't get so high that we start to lose our ability to react and be flexible, building up reserves, things along that nature. And of course, efficient and measurable. So we want our operations to be as efficient as possible, particularly while we grow, so that as we grow, that we're getting just more streamlined in what we do, and that we can measure that we're doing well and where we need to improve. I put the cartoon up just a little bit glib, but also because it's Christmas, but also because I think all these principles really come back to thinking forward for the future. And sometimes it's easy to get kind of drawn into what seems like a good idea today, but it's really our responsibility around this table to also make sure that we have a really forward-looking and longer-range focus, and I think this council can be celebrated for doing that today. So.
Thanks. 2 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. Happy to have this discussion because I wanted to ask you, I noticed when we're looking at special projects, we've now tended to treat sort of as a recurring expense, even though they're one-offs, because we generally have that level of projects. But this year, there was a whole slew of them that were funded, proposed to be funded from accumulated surplus. And then there were the ones that were going to be funded from taxation. And the ones that were going to be funded from taxation was around 600,000, which is, from my memory, is more or less the number we've been dealing with over the last couple of years, if I recall. But I'm just wondering about accumulated surplus, because I know we had a discussion sometime over the past year, I think at one of the Finance Committee meetings, about using some of accumulated surplus, the part that we didn't need for bridge financing and working capital and so forth, and sort of getting it back working for us. And so in one sense, I'm happy to see that, but my thought, or my impression was that we would perhaps put it against capital items as opposed to expense items. Repayment of debt or in place of borrowing or something of that nature. Because the difficulty that we ran into with the regional district, for example, using money for reserves to fund things out of the operating budget is when you run out of reserves, then you've got a big jump in taxation. And so I was wondering if you could comment on that really, and maybe is this a one-off or is there some policy to this?
So there's a couple of elements to that. One, I'm going to speak a little bit more to that as we quickly go through some of the objectives. So thank you for bringing it up. Two, I would like to circle back with Council in the January workshop to talk a little bit more about where our accumulated surpluses are. We're just doing some work on those right now internally, just with SOBC and a few changes in hands. We're just doing some cleanup work on our accumulated surplus, making sure we definitively can tell you where that's at so that we can get into what would be a good strategy for going forward. So we're just doing some analysis right now in the background. So we'll bring that back in the January workshop in terms of what else could we do with it. In terms of the accumulated surplus for your special operating projects, right now those are just carry forward projects. So we taxed for them last year, they're carrying forward into the current year, so we're treating those as carry forwards, and we're doing the same in capital. But yes, essentially to your point, in January I'd like to look at where our accumulated surplus is and whether that affords us some opportunity to transfer that to capital reserves or somewhere where it can work more progressively towards some of our other programming. That really, thank you for the segue, leads us into some of the sort of my key message as we go through here. Always anticipating, because that's one of the key things that I want to bring up, and that's one of the reasons we're going through some of these policy objectives. So this is sort of just drilling down on our guidelines a little more robustly, or more detailed. So when we get to revenues and how we financially plan for those, we're really looking to stabilize them and phase in major spikes over the longer term. So this absolutely ties into what Councillor Race was just talking about, and this is where I really want to focus your attention is special projects and capital project envelope. So I really would like, as you go through, we're bringing you a list of special projects, but I would really like council to keep their eye on trying not to reduce the special projects and the capital envelope below the directly tax funded levels of last year as a minimum. So again, that's because we're trying to stabilize the tax rate. So there's always new special projects, there's always more capital investments. And if we don't want our tax rates to go up and down, we need to get a baseline special project level. Initially, we had targeted that just internally from a management perspective. We were targeting trying to get to a 650. We have never quite made it. Last year, we were just under 490,000. So as a minimum, I'd like you to, and actually our special project list right now is a bit lower than that. So I definitely want you to keep that in mind and try not to erode your special projects. It would be very easy to start dipping into accumulated surplus and bring your tax rate down so that we could do service level changes or something else of the like, but really fundamentally I'm going to ask you to think that through carefully because as part of this principle. And same with the capital project envelope. Last year we made it to 1.5 million and $70,000 around in taxation. So again, we've kind of highlighted on your sheets when we get there at least that level. I'd love you to bring it a bit higher every year. I still think that that's probably a little bit low in the big scheme of things as we grow and as our flood protection and our real estate facility strategies start coming through. You're going to see that we still need to increase those general reserve funds more. So thank you for the segue. Fund existing service levels and infrastructure, so that's essentially making sure that we at least fund properly what we're doing today before we start looking for the next great thing to do. And the business case for new initiatives, you will see in your package that we have brought you a number of actual business cases. It's very easy in local government to cringe when you see a business case because of course sometimes it's not financially viable. If everything we did was financially viable, we could pass it off to the private sector. There is a reason that governments exist and so we're basically balancing a lot of different community requirements, not just the financial viability of it or profit-oriented concepts. So you'll see that some of the business cases we provide you don't all look like they have financial ROIs, but that's why there's a narrative as well to talk about some of the other social and environmental and other aspects that we think are worthy of discussion.
I just realized the difference. Sorry. Because you mentioned two numbers that one was the special projects. This year you said it was about 450, 446, I guess. And I thought it was 602, but I see now it's just, I missed that, 2019. So some of them are proposed for the following year. So the number this year we're dealing with is 446 in total.
Yes,
and taxation.
And last year it was 486, I believe, was the magic. 1,486. The tax allocation, we'll revisit this again in about March or April when we come back to talk to you more fulsomely around where your multipliers are and your ratios are. So I won't spend a lot of time on that today. The debt policy is basically trying to keep debt for larger projects. So right now we're still working at the 300,000 threshold, anything under which we will not look at borrowing for those. We are always looking for either taxation or some other funding source, reserve or otherwise. This will be easier to start bringing up once we get our general capital reserves up more fulsomely. So they're starting to grow quite quickly. We have a further slide on that to show you. But until they get up to a certain level, it's hard for us to fund things off of the capital reserve and general fund because we're trying to get it to a sustainable level. And maintain the debt servicing ratio for 20%. So currently, Council, you're at 13%, so that's great. And so again, just as we go through the policy objectives, you're seeing that we are incorporating them, and Council has been aware of them and managing them. With the grants, the key one here is try not to chase grants. So we want to be, and we also want to be careful that we don't rely on grants for general operations. So generally, I think the municipality is very good at this. Our engineering department has a lot of shelf-ready projects that are in the financial plan. They're ready for grants, and they do a lot of great work at bringing those in. So as do all our departments, economic development and recreation, all really heavily go out and solicit grants on a regular basis. But again, the goal is to try and stay within the business plans. You don't want to go off chasing grants and end up taking yourself off your goals and targets as well. But one of the key things that I think we need to just be wary of as you head into the capital plan is that we don't rely so heavily on grants that we actually can't fund some of the capital things that we need to do on an annual basis. So last year I talked to you a little bit about trying to build up your taxation direct funding to some of the active transportation budget line. And we had initially last year tried to bring it up so that every year we were funding less and less from the Community Works Fund and more from the general taxation line, just so that we could stabilize that as a year-over-year rehab project. Unfortunately, this year right now we're reflecting it sort of back at 100,000 only coming from taxation. So just keep that in mind as you're looking at the capital. And the other area is flood protection. Obviously, a lot of the flood protection we do relies quite heavily on EMBC grants. The land and asset sales, well, we've managed to get rid of one of our biggest land holdings through the SODC process. And so we're heading back into the right side of this one too. So the land sale proceeds, land is held for municipal purposes. I think we are pretty well there, and the real estate facilities strategies are looking at that now to look at that and make sure that we're following this policy as well. And land sale proceeds are to go to debt and reserves. So we by law are required to put them to a land sale reserve, but that land sale reserve could be used for the repurchase of other lands or capital uses. And we would obviously pay off any debt outstanding on those properties, but we also have the option to fund other debt from that reserve under the law. Our bylaw would need to be corrected a little bit. From reserve contributions, basically the key objectives there were to establish emergency reserves, maintain working capital, and build capital reserves. So again, we have been building the capital reserves. We're going to have a slide later that shows you how well we're doing on that. We certainly are maintaining at least 1/8 of our operating costs in working capital, and probably higher than that, so we'll have some opportunities to do some other things there. And the emergency reserves is sort of a key one. Those are a bit blended, and to date our land sale reserves kind of been acting as that. So that's something that council may want to consider going forward. The operational expenditures that we look always for efficiencies in our operations. So TTP projects is a very big component of trying to rework our tools and our business processes to meet growing municipality. We examine all options for service deliveries, so certainly we're always looking at whether there's opportunities for partnerships and and whether there's other options, contracting or in-house and things like that that make sense as new things come along. For capital expenditures, you base replacements on asset condition, not just on a timeline. The only place where we do it on a timeline and has some relevance for it is within the fleet. We have a very specific policy around the fleet, and we find that our trade-in values are better when we go there, so it actually allows us to maximize the fleet value. Fund ongoing rehabilitation, so that's we're really looking for reserves and taxation to try and fund things that we have to do year over year, whereas we'll generally want to reserve borrowing for the new initiatives, the bigger things, the major plant replacements. And ensure growth pays for itself, so we have this community amenity contributions and DCCs. And so again, I think that's somewhere where we're actively building this in. We haven't had a lot of opportunities for really fulsome PPPs. Generally, they require quite an extensive business case, and I think as we get into facilities and things, that's also has been reviewed again to see where it has some merit. So we're constantly keeping it in the back of our minds and working around, but there are often limited times when that really can pan out. Generally, organizations that are interested in that are looking for us to finance and debt finance those things. So again, it can be a fairly big hit on a smaller municipality. And so I'm going to pass it back. I think some of the underlying messages are there for you to prioritize, and I don't want to take any more of our time today so that we can actually get down to the excitement of prioritizing. Thank you.
So, Anushka Ribbon, financial analyst. So that's just a quick picture, like just a quick touch base on reserve, and I think we're going to come back in January and look at it in more detail along with accumulated surplus. Just to show that since 2013, we've increased reserve a lot, so we focus on putting more money in there, and on average over the past 5 years, we've put about like $1 million a year in reserve. And we've increased, as of the end of last year, over 2013, reserve over like $3 million or 37% over 2013. And it's looking with the financial plan at the moment that we're still like going to continue on that line for the next couple of years.
It's hard to see, the gray is the replacement, the general fund replacement reserve that we were talking about. So we are trying to get that up to a sufficient level where we can then start adding and drawing annually on it.
And just to, the legacy one was in their own for a certain amount of time, there's nothing left in the legacy.
We actually went through a program. Our corporate office was good enough to run a program last year to try and clear the legacy funds through application process.
And I'm assuming the affordable housing one in 2019 is because we spent some money on affordable housing.
Well, correct. And
what we spent, if that's the projection.
we did pull out 188,000, and then we have CACs, but it's hard to predict CACs, so we don't budget for them. So it stays pretty steady into 2019.
Well, it's just, I'm just looking at the blue. Compared to 2017 to 2019, it goes down quite a bit, so just.
Oh, so yes, we do have.
Yeah, there are proposed 2 draws, 300,000
Yeah.
in 18, 200 in 19 as a backstop for a potential capital project.
Exactly, so I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, sorry.
It's the one reserve that goes down over time as opposed to the other ones.
Yes, and again, we're not necessarily doing a very good job yet of predicting CACs since we don't know what's going to come down the pipe. So it is expected to likely also contribute more to it. That's not reflecting.
Yeah, so just so we're clear, this graph is reflecting what's today and there's a drawdown, but we're not reflecting what could potentially come in the future.
Correct.
Okay. But the other ones we are, that's the only exception. The other ones we are projecting what could come in the future or what's strategized.
Yes, generally the other pots have some form of funding. The other one that might fall into what you're suggesting, we can't predict the general sinking funds. Because that's all predicated off of our debt and how well our sinking funds are doing through the debenture life. So that's another one where we don't try to project what we might put into that reserve.
Any questions on this? Is this all right, Susan? Okay.
Okay, so just before we start, I just wanted to remind everybody that what we're going to talk about today, when it's like more of impact on revenues, it's not the impact on taxpayers. So when we talk about like a 5% increase, it's on tax revenues, it's not a 5% increase in taxes. As well, that all the projects carrying forward to 2018 that are listed are not final carry forward. They are like the main projects that were identified by the end of October as carry forward, and some of them have a change of scope or are asking for more money. So we're gonna have like a more final list of carry forward towards year end. The picture we'll show as well is the existing service level. I'm going to have a table for that soon. And the impact of new initiative if they are selected. And well that we can expect in 2018 a larger assessment base. As well,
So BC Assessment is just this last weekend, been loading the completed roll. So we don't have much intel to bring you yet, but we will, by next session, be able to give you some idea of what the...
Next session being tomorrow?
That would be tough. I'm not sure if it's out yet. I'm not even sure if the database is open again.
But in January you're talking about.
But in January, correct. And again, that's the non-market change. But again, how that breaks down will depend on some decisions you're probably not going to make till March or April.
So the existing service level, so that's like the base service, so that's like without any projects. So we're starting from taxes from last year, and we removed the 2017 projects, so the special projects and the capital projects, which total 2 million, and all the discretionary changes, which I have the details on this page here.
Which you would have put into section 7.
Yeah.
What are your sheets, with the new sheets?
It's on the table.
Yeah, I have more if someone is missing it.
Anybody need it quickly? I've got
Like
it.
this.
You can't find it.
You might have stuck it somewhere else. Oh, you guys didn't get it?
I did, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's labor changes, it's just like contract inflation and some step changes. Benefits are like, that's offset by benefits. We reviewed how benefits were calculated in the model, and they were a little too high. So we're budgeting a little less benefits for next year, just to meet actuals, and some annualization of positions and positions that got reclassed. And then contracts, so it's mostly the RCMP contract, the TTP annual maintenance, because that project is coming along, increase in audit fees, the golf course lease, the loss of the SLRD contribution for the SAP, and so you have like all the details on that page, and like other changes, non-discretionary changes. So that brings us like a budget base of 24.6 million, and on that, as Christine just mentioned, we're gonna layer on.
Can you just go, I have a question on that.
Yep.
Jason?
So does the change in, reduction in benefit changes, does that account for the reduction in MSP premiums that's taking effect in July?
Yeah. Any other questions?
So just, council, you understand the concept of non-discretionary. We're already committed to a contract, or we have labor contracts in place, things like that. So that's where we take a really slim line on what will allow to go through this process with our budget managers. And anything that we're not sure about from a staff level, we switch it over to a service level change and escalate it to management for review.
And just to clarify, the non-discretionary changes are on the existing workforce that we have based on the collective bargaining.
Correct. And our existing
So
approved
the
service levels.
Percentage increase is what's non-discretionary. Okay.
My page here is not the same as what's up there.
So that's a little bit different sheet. So if you actually looked at its, not like the way it breaks down, this is just showing you what those non-discretionary changes, those 3 lines.
That's the detail of that.
So the labor, contract, and other should be coming off that sheet. So you can see it's, the labor is 248,000. This gives you a further breakdown of that 248,000, Council.
Okay.
Thank you.
I tried to leave my slides like pretty high level and give you more detail in the handouts, so. So you need to be here, actually, you can just get the presentation. So then, as Christine mentioned, we want to keep the same level as 2017 for special projects and capital projects funded by taxation revenues. So we've layered that on to give us the 2018 existing service level. So that's your bare minimum budget for 2018. So that gives us like a $26.7 million and a 2.4% increase on last year's tax revenue.
That's revenue.
On revenue,
I was
okay,
just
yeah.
saying it, just reiterating, it's on revenue.
On
not
revenue,
Tax increase per home.
thanks.
Right, but
Yeah.
it is on the general taxation revenue from the financial plan, so it's net of all the other revenue sources that might be funded. Just to be clear.
That-
So could you explain the 2017 non-recurring projects removed, 2 million and change, which reduces taxation by the budget by 7.9%?
So we were just, with that exercise, we're trying to give you an idea of what would be like the bare bone budget without any projects. Because if you, what we're adding back on, the 1.5 million and the 486, that's the breakdown of that $2 million.
Essentially, we'd like you to put that back. What projects you choose in there is absolutely up to you, but we really would like you to get back to at least that level.
Are you trying to understand what the $2 million was spent on?
Was that the paving and active transportation, for example?
OCP, it's both operational and capital,
Yeah,
correct?
there is, that's the 486 of special operating projects from last year and 1.6 million of capital projects from last year.
So it's the exact same this year?
Well, we're proposing not to
Okay,
go any
okay.
lower this year, so we, and
Okay.
like, we want to keep a target of having at least a $2 million of operating and special projects, and not to go any lower than 2017, so we just wanted council to have an idea of like the bare bone budget without any projects, and then adding on the projects to see like what the differential is.
So just to clarify, the bare bones without any projects this year would be 24.5 million.
Yeah.
Adding on $2 million-ish of capital and special projects brings us up to 26.5 or 2.4 revenue increase.
And we're just breaking this down a little bit more so that council knows, you do have options, obviously. You've asked us before, can we come out with less than zero? We can. I just think it compromises all the great work council's done so far in terms of building up a steady state.
We understand that, yeah. There's pros and cons to it, for sure.
Yeah, no, I get that part, sorry, I was just, didn't put the two sets of numbers together.
And one of our financial goals is to even out taxation. So we're not doing the peaks and valleys. Okay, thank you. Susan, sorry. Susan.
The other existing service level changes, the snow removal, is that an extra position?
We're going to go into the details,
Yeah,
we're doing really
details.
high level right now.
It's on the detail sheet that's
Okay.
related to this.
Are we going to go into the detail sheet? I was assuming.
No,
we were
but
gonna-
no, we're not gonna go into this detail. So the snow, that's an
Yeah, so
increase
go ahead.
for snow removal budget, because that's been underfunded over the years, and with the last year and the past couple of years, there's more budget that's been allocated to that line item.
And also we have the new machine,
Yeah, that's
which
exactly what
which
it
needs
is.
more labor to run the new machine to the capacity, correct?
Which council did approve
Exactly.
person
So that
last
is,
year.
is that the labor cost?
Unfortunately, I'm going to come to a sheet on the service level change where I need to modify for you that it actually should be on the sheet and it's
Yeah.
not.
Oh.
I just picked it up this morning, but it actually was approved last year that you'd have 0.3
I
FTE.
thought
That's right.
And so you're seeing it on the service level change, but it really should have been over here because it was already
Thank you.
approved last year. So if that's what you're picking
That
up on,
is-
yes, I
thank
noticed
you.
that this morning. So,
Thank you.
but that's not necessarily what's reflected here. We are truly, especially after last year with such a major snow event year, and we expect that we could see another one this year. We're just finding the operating budgets for snow clearing are really taxed, and we're not able to manage it at that service level. So if council, wants to maintain that service level, we need to increase the existing service level to meet that. They've had to really compromise and use other budgets and try and make it work last year, but it was definitely an overage in our current year's operating.
Can I just follow up with
Yeah,
that?
go ahead.
So, is it reflected in, like, as an operator for, it's gonna be a continuing for operating the new machine? And is the machine up and running? Is it actually operational now?
So the snow clearing that you see here is actually materials. So it's a lot of our,
that's
and our
what-
contract services for fleet and various things like that. Labor would have been reflected up higher. But no, he's not proposing more staff for that. It's just the operating budgets have been depleted
But
for
is it up and
materials
running?
and contract service. When our fleet staff are out doing snow clearing, they're not able to always maintain the fleet, so then we're having to contract services to maintain it.
Yeah, but it's not, Gary just said that it's not up and running, that's just good to
No,
know.
on the council, that update, when we ordered the machine, it went from 12 weeks to 20 weeks. We're looking at
I
January.
thought it was delivered.
No,
Oh, God, like me. That was good. Okay. Thank you.
Quick question, the library, the adjustment, the 76,408?
That was a budget mistake last year. It was double counted, so it's just like the removal, that's 79 grand
Which one's that, sorry?
for the library.
Adjustment library?
Oh, yes, it ended up in the budget twice through a oversight. So we just parked it in the budget and put it as a do not use line, and we're just removing it, make sure it doesn't artificially inflate the budget when we shouldn't be.
I just want, I really like having it laid out like this, and I just really appreciate that coming out like laying it out up here and having the extra piece to look at. I just really, thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other questions?
No.
No? So we'll start looking at the 2018 request. So over today, and hopefully we can complete it over the next 2 days. We're going to be tight on time. We have 3 lists to review. We have capital projects with a total cost of 11.6 million, and it's a little over almost 3 million in taxation effect or revenue. Special projects for about 1.5 million, and service level changes for a total cost of about $2 million. As we move along, I will explain how the different lists are working. And we're also going to keep on going back to this table to see as you are making the decisions of keeping a project on the list or not, what the effect on the taxation will be.
So council, just to be clear, this is not management's recommendation. We've weaned down the list as much as we can, and we've actually, on the list themselves, we've provided you some ranking and some sense of where a viable place to draw the line would be. This just reflects everything on the list, okay? So don't panic yet. We're just going to provide you lists. We're going to ask for your opinion on these prioritizations, and as we go through the prioritization, you'll see us actively update this with your input, okay? So it's kind of the structure you're going to keep seeing over the next few days as we say yes and no to projects and bring it back into where we think it should be. But as you see things, you'll start to see some of management's rankings and suggestions.
And this is a proposed, it's not effect on taxation, it's revenue. This does effect on taxation, it's not effect on taxation.
Taxation revenue, general
Revenue.
taxation revenue,
Yeah.
just not taxation per household.
Yeah, but I guess people with that, they will treat it differently.
And Mayor Huntsman, just on the heels of what Christine Ms. Matthews, our CFO, said, is that we recognize that it can be challenging to bring it down to less than 10. Obviously, this is not what we proposed, but we did provide lines recognizing that it's prudent to come in with a much more conservative budget, but at the same time recognizing that council has priorities, as we talked about with the rankings. We didn't want to be presumptuous with it and leave out everything else that makes it get to 10. And we wanted to demonstrate also what staff are proposing in terms of, you know, when they talk about continuous improvement and innovation, but all of our staff recognize that everything on the list is not going to happen next year. And we did lean it down, and again, we're not recommending 10%.
Just trying to reconcile the numbers, so, special projects, 486, 306. Within the agenda, it shows, if I'm on the right page, 458, 797.
Yeah, so that's like the 486 is the level from 2017. So to tie back to your 446 is your 486 minus the 27.5 below.
So this will make more sense as we get into the prioritization. But essentially what we're saying is we'd like you to stay at 2.4% as an existing service level. With the projects, we actually got it so trim that actually you're below our target right now with the projects that we're reflecting currently. So, I mean, that one's close enough. We can certainly survive that. But as you go and start to manipulate capital projects and start to remove projects from that, you'll see that one start to go down too. We're just hoping that you don't start to get into a negative on your capital where we're eroding the 1.7 or 1.57. I know it's a difficult concept when we get into the prioritization. I hope it will help clarify things. With council, I still see some perplexed looks.
I'm having a little trouble getting this, sorry. You've got $2 million-ish of last year's special and capital. We're proposing the same amount for this year. And now we're proposing something on top of that?
Well, what you're going to find
And
is
so
when you...
are we at $2 million of special? And
So again, not management's recommendation, but we have provided you a full list of the capital projects that we think are worthy of discussion at council table. They do potentially hit some of council's goals. They are important projects.
So we are, what's in there is essentially a $4 million special projects, capital projects proposal. Or
A list of things to prioritize. We'll show you on those sheets where we think that you could stop, because we've ranked them and we've kind of highlighted line items where we think that council may want to stop to be affordable. But we have provided several of the projects thereafter so that you can decide if you agree with that prioritization.
So I guess my problem is, if we're gonna keep the 2 million benchmark, but then propose, like I'm just, it doesn't make kind of, it seems like we're trying to rationalize something too much. I'm not articulating myself well here. It feels like we should just be clear, as there's $4 million proposed special.
Well, I don't think we are proposing 4 million. We have a couple lines drawn where we would like to see you stop. But what we're not presuming is that you will agree with the way we prioritize those projects. So we're saying, here's all of it. You can see all of it. You can see that we have difficult decisions.
Okay.
Management will show you on those sheets where we think you could rank and draw the line. But the whole purpose of a workshop is to bring it to this table so that councillors can weigh in on whether you agree with those lines and those rankings.
So you're suggesting that don't go any lower than the 2 is why you've drawn that line
That's why
there.
we've drawn the line here.
Add on some more, or you can add it all on, and this is what,
Yes.
or, and then feedback from the community and like change all together.
I appreciate it's a difficult structure, and hopefully as you get into
I just had
prioritization
to
and see us
articulate
working.
it. I had to hear it out loud for me to understand the rationale of how you were presenting it. Thank you.
As we come to each of your sheets, we'll explain it a bit more for that particular sheet too, so it hopefully makes more sense.
So yes, after hopefully they will go through the 3 lists and all of this is going to make sense, hopefully, after today or tomorrow. And hope to have like a clear direction from council on how to move forward and come back in January with a better picture. As well, to keep us moving along, we're gonna have parking lot items. What we're gonna try is something that Linda has showed us in one workshop. We'll put items in Post-its, put them on the wall there, and then there's an app on Linda's phone that we can take a picture, and then it goes into Excel, and then that comes into my budget world.
I have to give Catherine Rockendale credit for that one.
As council can notice, we already have a few items on the parking lot slide. There's the Ocean Watch Task Force proposal, the Turtle Trail improvements, the living wage policy. There's a public art reserve contribution. There's already a $50,000 contribution to the reserve that's included in the budget, but we're here to discuss if we want to contribute more to that reserve. And what came up last week, I think, is the arena safety project for ammonia.
Yeah, Linda?
Just for council's clarity, the living wage policy is on the parking lot. We have included in our recommendation of special projects a purchasing policy program contract, which, assuming capacity, would include looking at the ability for the organization to take on the living wage in 2019. So I don't know that those words necessarily reflect what we're planning.
Well, I thought we were going to get some information back on that to see if we can move it forward in 2018.
Mayor Heinzman, we have a report that HR completed that we'll be bringing forward to council in early January. At first blush, the financial implications don't look huge. The administration of it would require more capacity. And if we get a purchasing individual or contract in to look at our overall purchasing, dovetailed with that would be how we would administer it, the capacity for it, and very realistically, the actual implementation when we start it would be 2019, is what we're proposing.
I thought we had discussed about, and this is what Van City and others, their experience was, take it in steps, make sure your wages are meeting it, then work on the purchasing piece. So I'm thinking, I thought council was looking for some changes to be incorporated in this year's budget, and some changes because it goes to purchasers and that whole thing. And I mean, I'll just go to Karen and then Susan, and then on the living wage, so I'll get off track, and then back to.
Yeah, that was my question exactly, was I was expecting that the living wage would be paid in the district in 2018, and that we would work towards our purchasing policy in 2018 to be implemented in 2019, because that was a big chunk of work. But, so yeah, I'm not sure my expectations are aligned, but I'd love to hear from staff.
Thanks. I think I've spoken on this when we were actually examining this. I completely agree with Steph. It's not really something, as far as implementing a living wage policy, when I'm looking at our wages, when we have a tourism-based economy right now, that the wages at the district are mostly unionized. We have management staff that makes, I would say, excellent wages for a small community. And as far as a priority for me, studying a living wage within the district, like within district staff, makes no sense to me. Studying a living wage outside the district makes a lot more sense to me. So I just don't see spending taxation on understanding living wage policy and spending resources on that. So I'm happy to see it here.
I'm smiling because I worked at Van City when they were implementing the living wage, sorry.
I know,
That's why
I
I'm
think the work
smiling.
is really important. It's not too
That's
much.
just, I was talking about two different things though. And I'll just go to Linda maybe to clarify that. Ted?
Well, I remember us talking about a purchasing person saving us a bunch of money. thought we were moving forward with that as soon as we could, and then the rest was gonna come after that. That's what I remember.
And it was also clarify some of the processes that we had issues with at last week's council meeting, for example. So maybe, Lynn, do you want to tackle all of that in one fell swoop? Because there's our wages that we pay, there's the contract comprehension of what that impacts in terms of, and then there's the community itself and whether or not businesses in the community do living wage. And there's three different things.
Yes.
And I think the direction from the last meeting was, let's incorporate living wage, current, or let's see how it would, yeah, we didn't agree to do it, but let's see how it would impact our existing wages. Then do the homework next year to do contract work. And then how that permeates the community is it's sort of a different conversation altogether. And I'm just trying, that's.
Okay, I can speak to that. Mayor Heisman, we referred back to the motion in terms of writing the report. It's not quite that detailed, so respectfully, all those steps weren't necessarily broken out in the motion. That said, the motion was calculate Squamish living wage and then bring back a report on the possibility of implementing it in the district. So hearing that you are open to doing it in steps is much more comforting to staff because in terms of doing the entire, like with contractors that we procure would be way too much in 2018. If we're looking just at the district, based on the report, again, I would like to bring it forward to council to agree. So we can look at that if you're open to that when the report comes forward. In terms of a living wage policy for the community, that's way beyond any scope that was considered in chambers, or with council, sorry. And then the last question around bringing in a purchasing individual that's going to save us a whole bunch of money. Eventually, yes, that position will see that and improving processes in terms of
So
purchasing.
maybe let's just get the proper term for that out there so we don't say, someone's going to save us money. What would be the title to that?
Yeah, I can tell you right now that the project next year would be a contract of someone to come in and do a business case on what kind of purchasing system we need. That will not save us money, that will cost us money to figure out the system. Savings is way down the road when
Would you call it a purchasing agent? I just want to make sure we use the terminology that's consistent from here on out.
I would defer to the
We
CFO.
looked at the two scenarios. Christine, what would you call that position?
A procurement,
I think it's centralizing. We have it as an item, procurement review and centralized purchasing business case. So what we're looking to do for
In 2018
2018 is
is
just,
just consistent, so we're talking about the same thing every time.
yeah. And it's to start looking at the procurement, what would be the best way to structure procurement in the district. We have got a potential FTE connected to it later in the year for council to consider.
Okay.
No, I just look at, there's a lot of priorities that are in here that I think are far exceed government contract, making sure that government contracts earn living wages. If this was something that affected the global community, and I know, but most of our contracts are larger than that, than our general community can supply. And when I look at dedicated domestic violence, sexual assault investigator, or environmental technician.
We got too
all of
distracted
these
on the
things.
parking lot. These are just parking lot items.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we just wanted to clarify what was coming forward.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the
we haven't
living wage
started
is
with
waiting
this
for the
thing.
January report and
I would
carry
be
on
happy.
with it. That's kind of
looking
why
back
it's in
to
the
that.
parking lot.
yeah, that if you don't see these items in the budget,
They're in the parking lot.
yeah, they're in the parking lot and we don't have like the costs, so we couldn't include it in the budget.
Okay.
So it's working.
And yeah, we'll continue on with more post-it and then we'll take a picture and we'll do some magic with the app.
I better download that app.
So we'll get to the point of debating whether or not we include
Exactly.
any
We're
of the
getting
parking lot
there.
items.
I'm slowly bringing you there.
Yeah. And at this point, maybe I just want to focus the conversation. I don't think it's at this point to articulate for or against. I think we're just articulating what the information we want to know that we're then going to discuss.
Yeah. So I just wanted, so we're gonna start with the capital project. I'm slowly bringing you into the list. And I just wanted to show you a big picture of how the projects are funded. So you can see that year over year, Well, and this as well includes like all the capital projects that are proposed. So it reflects, like, I'm looking at the first line, which is taxation, which is 2.8 million in 2018, but we're obviously looking, I'm sorry, we don't know, but that's like all the projects, so that's probably not gonna be like.
Do we have that sheet in our book here, or is this
Nope.
just a simplified slide?
It's just a simplified
Okay.
one. I can give you once that's more finalized, like you can have like a sheet in your binder, or I can bring you one tomorrow.
It's just easier for me to read it here than up there.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, I'll do that for next time.
And council, I'm sorry, I noticed it doesn't reflect, but there's 3 extra zeros on the ends of all these numbers.
Make that assumption.
That's in thousands.
Bargain.
Yeah, otherwise we're looking otherwise I'm really calm.
Yeah, I made the assumption we're missing some zeros.
Old habits from working for banks. Funding, sorry. So this year we're, in the proposed project, there's a lot less funded by borrowings, 3 million less than last year. And we're carrying forward $755,000. What we're using from reserve is still like this at the same level year over year. And there's as well like 3.5 million of projects that are funded by grants. Moving on to your lists, that's in section 6 of your binder, sorry. So this list here. So I'm just going to explain the list quickly and give you an overview. I got the number wrong on the slide, sorry. So project number 129 are carried forward from last year. So you have like all the funding sources on the right side of your sheet. So most of these projects are like bigger, with a bigger scope, so they're using either grants or borrowings. Only 2 projects are funded by accumulated surplus. As well, like this list is not does not comprise like all of the carry forward project. We'll have like a better picture of that towards the end of January once we work on year end. Then we move into like the pale green section, which is project number 10 to 20.
And just to clarify, yeah, okay, no, okay, we're good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to highlight that it's the road that's costing quite a bit of money in the transportation transit. It's the road, Peninsula Road, that's DCC project.
Yeah.
Which we fund almost half of through
Yeah.
today's revenue sources. Okay.
Project 10 to 20 are a new initiative this year, but they're either funded, like some of them are carried forward with a change of scope or with an increase in the money that they need. And some of like most of them are funded by reserves or grants. So then it's like a little like darker shade of green, project 21 to 29. Oh, sorry, I wanted to also bring your attention in the previous category, sorry, to project number 10, which is DCCR4 Pioneer Way Extension. This year that project is mostly funded by accumulated surplus and DCC money. But next year, that project is fully funded by borrowings. So I just thought it was important to bring that to your attention. There's also the flood protection upgrade. that will be mostly funded by borrowings. So I just want to point out those projects because borrowings are not impacting tax revenue at this moment, but it will in the future when we need to pay those borrowings. There's as well project 18 that uses some borrowings to be completed. So moving on to the next category, which is like just a little darker shade of green, those are projects 21 to 29. So most of those projects are annual maintenance and projects to maintain the assets of the district. So we have a project 15, 19, and 20 that are using the equipment reserve. If I'm, 50, oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong category.
There's a couple of them that are confusing.
I'm sorry?
We're spending $5 million on CN Rail improvements?
So that's the total cost of the project.
$1 million a year.
And that includes a grant of 4.6, thank you, $1 million.
Oh, okay.
So obviously, if we don't get that grant, they won't do that part of the project.
I need a budget ruler.
That's right. We can turn around.
Should
I think I have one on my desk. Susan.
I put that in the parking lot?
Yeah, put that in the budget.
The active transportation improvements for 4.7, is that also Peninsula? With 700 and then a million. 4.7, number, I need a budget ruler, 22.
If it includes Peninsula? No, that's at the top in project 9. So those are two separate projects, if that's the question, if I understand the question right.
So is that's just our regular active transportation budget?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And you can see there's been a jump.
Yes. Excellent.
And the next item, number 23, which is the annual road reconstruction. I want to point out that that budget of $900,000, sorry.
$100.
That wouldn't get us very far, is the bare minimum. We've created an extra line, that's project number 39. Right now it's at $400,000, so it's a total of $1.3 million, which was the budget in 2017 budget. And we separated those lines to give council the opportunity to weigh in on how much they want to spend on road maintenance or road reconstruction. And if you have more questions, then Gary can speak to that, of course. And I guess like after the survey, there was lots of requests for roads. So that's like your opportunity there to increase that budget.
So council, just for some clarification here, we've kind of done our best from a management perspective to say, if you were going to just go to the 1.57 that we did last year, what would we consider to be those existing service level projects, right? And we've tried to put those up, so annual road maintenance, things like that. What sort of mimics year over year what we try to do. And then we brought up a couple of the maintenance projects because, facility maintenance projects, because you always should be putting in some capital for your facility maintenance. And very quickly, after we considered that and then some things that we're already contracted to do or that council's already committed to, bang, we're at like 1.57 plus. So very quickly, our sorting exercise stopped if you want an existing service level capital expenditure. After that, we really tried to trim it down, but after that, we didn't rank after that. Okay, we kind of, from the green lines down, we said, okay, you know what, the rest really council discretion as to what's more valuable to you. We would love you to take our recommendation for the green, you know, for the what we think is contracted and what we think is base service level, just to help guide you and to help, again, make your job a little bit easier, we hope. But really, where you put the projects in this sorting order is totally up to you. We're just trying to narrow you down as fast as possible.
Thank you. You explained the CN rail crossing improvements funded significantly by grants, but also on number 22, active transportation improvements, which shows 4.6 million by grants and 100,000 from taxation, and that's the total 5-year number. Is that the gas tax we're talking about?
Yes, and that's one of the areas that I'll be going back for the future years and trying to manipulate a bit more, and it's one of the things that I brought up in my area, where I'd really love to see you fund more of that from taxation ideally, and over the 5-year plan, I'd like to see you increasing the taxation funding of that. Although the Community Works Fund is great, and it is actually really poised to work with active transportation and environmental sustainability, and at this point, it looks like there's no stop in that grant funding. Generally, if we consider it to be year-over-year rehabilitation or things that are committed to, then we might want to consider building the taxation line so that if goodness happened that we lost that grant, we would, yeah.
Yeah, I was just, my memory was that we were actually funding significantly some portion of it from taxation. Is that not correct? Is it all coming from grants?
Well, last year we had 200,000, so this is actually a bit of a drop. So this came in just raw from our capital managers who do their very best to work within the envelopes that we give them, the funding envelopes. And so, you know, given its choice, this does fit very well with the Community Works Fund. So in terms of if you have to make decisions, it's a good grant to draw on for this type of work. So it's really a philosophical question to council as to whether or not you want to make sure it's a more steady state. Again, I'm not seeing any direct loss of Community Works Fund at this point. There hasn't been a threat of that. So it might be sustainable that way. But whenever you're relying on grants, you have to consider that.
But we're not maintaining in the current proposal what we paid through taxation revenue last year.
When I looked at it this morning, I'm quite sure
But you're
we did
suggesting that we actually
200,000.
increase it, but we've decreased it this year.
Yeah, it looks like it's gone down 100,000 from last year.
So that may be
Well,
something we want to look at.
You might want to look at, yeah.
Uh,
And in the last year's plan, we actually had projected increasing it to, I believe, $400,000 in 2018.
Yeah, that
And
was-
so why didn't we?
Frankly, just, again, you could see how quickly we got to 1.57, so it's a bit of a philosophical question for council. Because it is a viable funding source. I'm not going to pretend it's not.
Totally is, but it's,
Yeah.
as you say, not 100%
Sustainable
future,
necessarily.
And then all of a sudden, you're going to be in $1 million deficit in your budget if it ever gets taken away.
Correct.
But the fund from taxation portion is $100,000, and that's over 5 years. So that's 20,000 a year, more or less. So it's gone from 200 to 20.
And I think the problem is we need to, it's actually 100,000. I think probably the problem is that in future years, we haven't properly funded it yet. So we would readdress that as we go and clean up
I
the
see.
budget.
Okay.
So don't panic yet. Absolutely, in the future budget, we would look to change that revenue source.
But that community fund is funded from the gas tax?
Community Works Fund, yes.
Community Works Fund?
So you just make up the difference in more community works funds to active transportation?
Essentially, it's mostly funded from Community Works Fund right now, yes. So was that the question?
No, well, what was, but more, we're funding more of it from community works this year. So we're not funding something else from community works, maybe in a one-off project. I am concerned that we've gone down from that and not up, as you articulated. Pete,
Okay, it's off.
you said,
Yes, sorry.
sorry, that was mean.
That's okay, no, I understand why. Slightly different topic, but I'm just curious, maybe Mr. Buxton can answer for me. The water main project from Eagle Run to Depot Road, the recapping of that, the resurfacing pavement on that, that was all encapsulated in that project for 2017.
Yes.
There's no
The
carry
one
forward,
going.
there's no carry forward in that at all with the paving or anything to finish that job?
I can confirm with Matt, but I have a suspicion that that's temporary paving, given the quality of it. that
Yeah, oh yeah, for
it's
sure,
gonna be
especially
done.
this time of year, but I'm just wondering if finishing that up is the payment for finishing that up is still, was included in 2017's budget, or if it's something.
There'll be some carryover, I'm sure, into 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all grant funded as well.
So the dark shaded green area, that's for project number 30 to 33, are projects that are already contracted. So you don't have a choice to have them in the budget. It's the wheelchair lift for the recreation van, that's already ordered. The bylaw enforcement vehicle, we have an officer without a vehicle, and 2 SODC projects. As Christine explained, project 34 to 51 are not ranked or prioritized, but I have like a few comments on a couple of projects. Project 34, which is the fiber conduit installation, they've been running that project while they're doing road reconstruction. So the project is costed at like 100,000, but it's going hand in hand with project 22 and 23. So as they go along and repave or like do like any road reconstruction, they're putting like the stuff for the fiber optic.
When I put the pipe in the water in the
Yeah, thanks. Project 43, our CMP exterior camera upgrade for 45 grand. That should be moved up, that's a recommendation. It's an urgent project and it's for staff safety at the moment. The camera, I believe the cameras are not working properly. Jeff?
Certainly, through the chair, I can speak a bit more to that. This is a project that actually is partially carried forward from 2017 with an increase in 2018, and for the ongoing operational safety and necessity for the RCMP, plus the current cameras and recording devices are all analog, 11 years old. In fact, they're having to borrow equipment to do recording, from actual RCMP infrastructure. So it properly should have been up into one of the green ones. And so that was just a gap on our part. But I think all the documents were printed when we found that, so it's council's attention.
The next project that we got like a little more information over the past couple of weeks is project number 44, which is the University Bridge repair. It's actually a cost of $75,000. That cost is based on repairs that have been deferred from the past. So it's possible that once people get in there, that it might be more than $75,000. Just wanted to add a note. As well, we know that we brought back the Denville Community Park, which is on 2 years. So there's been like already some work this year, and then there's more work in 2018. And we also have like project 48, that's the wayfinding project, the continuity of the wayfinding project, which there's already, if you see like the total cost of $50,000, there's already been $20,000 spent this year, and there's an extra $30,000 for this year.
On the Denville Community Park, I think what would be helpful, I'd be interested to know if we could just kind of get a rundown of within the last 3 years, all the rezoning that happened there and the CACs that came through, in particular the unallocated general amenity amounts in reserves, and thinking about maybe we could apply those to speeding up that Denville Park construction. Just recognizing the fact that, that neighborhood has got a significant increase in density over the last few years. It'd be nice to actually have an amenity there.
Looks like we're only funding just under 25 grand from taxation. The rest is from either DCCs or the reserve from the developers. So
60,000 that comes to mind that came from CAC.
68 it says. Oh, CAC? Doesn't,
That'll be
is that
under,
the reserve?
that would be under other.
It says 57. And that's from, and a good chunk of that was from the developer contribution.
Yes, and as you've noted, the rest were funding from ECC, so
And
there's really no.
25 grand from taxation. And I think what Jason's suggesting is that we figure out how to make sure we get it done in 2018.
Yeah.
We all-
Yeah, and just recognizing that there was also, in addition to the project that was right adjacent to the skate park there, there was also, basically, I guess you could say one other project at least in close proximity. Mhm.
Okay, Arch.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. Also, there was money from that, I'm not sure if it was the DCCs that were used to pave the Smokeless Park. So I can't remember how much of that money that was meant to go to Denville went to pave this
None of
Smokeless
it.
last.
Absolutely not.
There was, I can't remember which part.
Christine, did any of it go to, did any of the money designated for Denville go to pay the Smokeless Park?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Where did the money come from? It was taken out of the park reserve, I can't remember which one.
I'm stretching my memory now. There was
I can
a
look into it.
creative scheme in terms of revenue funding, but it was not, I can assure you, it was not the Denville Park.
Yeah, it was a park in that it was something from that neighborhood, and it was the amenities from that neighborhood that did go to pave, so
Well,
it's a distinct.
I can follow
But it
up
could be in
and
fact.
remind myself what that was from.
I'd like to find out where
Sure.
that.
Yeah, if we can find out, it'd be good to, a
Which is
whole bunch of
exactly
projects that we did in 2017, have a bit of a
Yeah,
recap.
We had to come up with a huge amount of money to move the Smoke Bluffs parking lot that was supposed to be in this year's budget back to last year's budget.
yeah, but there
Get it done.
was other funding sources. I will
Yep,
look
there was a
at
few
it.
funding
Yeah.
sources, but one of them was from parks.
Karen?
So the projects that are in the white, if we don't put any of it into the green, so like our wayfinding project, we wouldn't get any new signs this year?
Correct.
Correct.
And on the university bridge repair, we're okay for another year? Is that what it means for the San Luis White Pool?
Actually, as Anushka said,
It could be worse, but it's also below the white line.
yeah, David and Chris really want this elevated back up. They said there's a risk of having to spend much more if we don't do it this year. It's competing against a number of others. They'd like to elevate it, it's simple.
So again, we did our best to kind of look at if we could get you to 1.7, which would be basically a little bit more than last year, another 1% kind of concept. Those were kind of our concept of really year over year must do, that's your existing service level. To get you above that, we need to look at these. But then we took it out to our senior leadership team the other day, and we got some feedback. And so those are some of the things they highlighted for us is the bridge repair they really don't think can wait. So I guess one strategy for council would be to put it as part of the road maintenance budget, right? If you really don't want to extend it up. But really, staff is recommending it probably can't wait another year. The RCMP camera really can't wait another year. There's emerging issues on that. We really need to deal with it from a safety perspective. One of the other things that unfortunately we just noticed is there's a vehicle up top on line item number 19 that looks like it's funded, but unfortunately in digging deeper it is a new vehicle, so there is no reserve to fund that. So it actually may need to bump down into the white for council review and discussion because it was assumed it was funded, but it's not actually. So there's a couple things that, if we take it out to group, we get a little bit of revision and reminder, and so please bear with us. We're trying to work on as actively on the fly as we can and with today's information. Also, number 34, the fiber optics. Again, we would really like to continue to synergize those types of projects. And in fact, I think you'll see a report from Mr. Simmons imminently regarding a tender where he would like to tap into that so that in the next project for Loggers Lane, he can actually draw 20,000 from that as well. So definitely that's a project we'd like you to think carefully about, and there is a business case for that one as well. So it makes a lot of sense for us in terms of defraying costs in the longer term to do it obviously while we're going.
Susan and Karen and
Thanks. The Tantalus Road bike lane, is that the active transportation route that's already there? That's Or is that in,
Can you, what's the line items you noticed?
Is that?
It's a carry forward.
If I may, that's a carry
26.
forward. That's a small piece from the fire hall north, I believe. That's been around for a
And
couple of
funding
years, I
from
think.
grants.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a developer piece that we need
along the
to,
back there?
that we need to spend. No, it's on Tantalus between the fire hall and,
And the development at Altamont,
yes. Thank you.
it's to extend that.
Why are we spending grants?
It's a developer, it's not grant, it's from monies, did I?
I believe.
Correct. It's from a developer.
Developer
Yeah.
contribution or
It was
CAC.
part of the development thing from a
On
while back.
just one little piece on the road there?
It's the missing piece between the funeral hall and whatever that is, West Road or something.
Isn't there an active transportation trail right, that separated bike
No.
lane
And
in
there
that
is
piece? Or that's
a
where it
regular-
comes out of?
Regular narrow shoulder.
There are times when we take in funds from the developers because it might not make sense to do the whole sidewalk or the whole corridor trail at that time. We put it into a deferred revenue and we pull it out and apply it to projects as the project's going, and then we apply it back. So, now that we're connecting trails or sidewalks to that point, then we'll carry on and extend it with that developer contribution. So that's where the grants and other includes donations of that
I
nature.
thought the corridor trail extended across the back there.
It extends along the highway there. So, but the developer's given us money to do this specific work. We can't take this money and spend it on something else. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Only an active transportation.
No,
The other
it's specific
transportation.
to a project. It's specific to an actual piece of infrastructure. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
It's not just active transportation basket. So we can't take this money and hide it somewhere else.
But it's a community it's either a community money contribution or DCC.
Not
and
necessarily.
sidewalks or-
Sometimes it's
No.
required as an off-site, sorry, Mayor Heinzman, sometimes it's required as an off-site or an on-site, off-site works. But because it doesn't make sense to just put in 3 blocks of sidewalk or corridor trail, we take the funds and then we add it to a future project that makes sense. Because it's more economical to do it that way, it's a better value for taxpayer
Absolutely.
dollars.
So otherwise, they would have normally just built it themselves, but it only would have been this little tiny piece. So instead, they give us money to do the whole thing in the future. So it's specific to that project, unfortunately, we can't move it anywhere else.
Right, I'm just wondering about when you have an active transportation route right there, putting in another one right next door.
That's a different conversation. This is specifically for this piece of infrastructure. From a long time, it was a couple of years ago. yeah.
Well, that's the other concern, right? Like, this council's been very evolutionary in prioritizing active transportation. It might have looked differently when this developer was at the table with us and deciding what amenities were required or not, so.
But it's still money that is in the budget this year to continue that.
Well, it's in a allocated reserve for this project. The developer could have spent it however many years ago.
Or it would sit in the coffers.
Right.
It's there waiting to be spent on. I mean, I agree, it's sort of unfortunate, but it is what it is. Karen and Jason.
So one question on line 34 with the fiber conduit installations. I know we've got it in as a 2018 budget item, but it seems to me it's an ongoing thing that we would like to do every time we rip up a road. So it would seem to me there should be budget in our 5-year plan that reflects that. Regardless. And my other question is,
Well, we just do that. Robin, you want to answer that question?
You're probably right. The schedule for ripping up the roads this year is particularly conducive for us to take advantage to install our own fiber, to have some connectivity, particularly between Public Works and Brennan Park and Municipal Hall, and some other downtown sites for future stuff that the district's going to be doing. A lot of times when our capital project manager is doing his budget, he has put it laid in the conduit, like the conduit. This is actually the fiber install now, so it's a kind of a combo speeded up project.
I'm just wondering if we need to reflect it in our 5-year as something we should set money aside.
We can take a
for.
better look at it.
It seems, with our digital strategy, it seems to make sense.
And this is just for us. This is not, so this is just connecting our sites. So with the road works that are being done, sometimes there's no opportunity for us to put fiber in that connects our sites only. being forward-thinking and putting the conduit down, we do that as much as we possibly can. Matt budgets for that. This is actually the fiber installed that goes along.
I mean, this is the one business case that actually shows a very good return on investment.
Yeah.
If there's a case to be made for putting it in a 5-year plan in a more
Yep,
substantial
we
way, I
can-
think that's a good idea. My other question, I know that you're gonna take a look at the reserves and accumulated surplus and talk about that more in January, but we talked about this last year, in accommodating new vehicle purchases because they're not accommodated for in the reserve fund. And I'm wondering if we can either change the reserve so that we can start saving for new vehicles in it, or so that that money is there, or can we use accumulated surplus to purchase vehicles that are new to it?
So through the mayor, there's always an option to use accumulated surplus if it's available and we have sufficient levels of it for any project, one-off project. I'm always open to that. And as long as you keep your capital envelopes.
Yeah, I know, but there's things down in the white that I would like to put in the green, and there's 2 vehicles there. One for bylaw and the other one for the electrician. And it would seem to me those are one-off and then money starts going to the reserve to replace them. So that would be one way that I would approach those.
Thank you. I have Jason,
So I'm not sure about process on this, but I'm just wondering, is it possible that we can, I'd be interested to have a little bit more information from the project managers on a couple of key items. Are we gonna invite them back?
Well, I'm wondering if it's worthwhile making a parking lot of existing items that we want the specific managers to speak to. Is that worthwhile doing?
Mayor Heinzman, originally our idea was to have the GM speak to it, and then if council wanted more information.
That's what I think Jason's saying. If there's things that we want more information, should we park them at the manager?
So I'll just sort of start with number 1, or sorry, I guess we'll call
And
it.
the GMs may be able to answer it, but if.
Yeah, the number 41, the streetlight LED conversion program.
Thank you.
And I was really curious about that because, I mean, I'm not an expert on the subject matter at all, but I've seen a lot of studies and stuff where, you know, municipalities are like replacing their entire systems and seeing a pretty quick payback, and it just seems like this particular program was quite conservative on that aspect, so.
Yeah, certainly the reports I've seen have been a 2.5 to 4.5 year ROI, and then you're just actually saving money in the future, so I'm always.
And just kind of remarking, you know, anecdotally that, you know, the majority of our streetlights are of a certain age already, and probably, you know, having a replacement for them would be good.
Yeah, there's a real business case for it, so.
So maybe I'll just.
Gary?
And there is. The other streetlight replacement, so this is separate. There actually is money already in the budget, but when streetlights fail, we replace them with LEDs. So we are sort of picking them off one by one. This is sort of a supplementary program. We've looked at those larger replacement programs. It's partly budget. They would be expensive to look at the 1,000+ units that we have to replace. The payback of the return on investment isn't immediate. It's, that's from my recollection, it can be 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And I mean, there's a capacity issue too as to whether or not we could take on a whole-scale replacement of our. There is an ROI, but there's a funding and a capacity issue as to whether or not we could take on a wholesale replacement. So we were sort of putting it into more bite-sized pieces.
And just follow up on that, yeah, like, I mean, maybe worth considering, and we'll probably have some more information next year, but, you know, as far as hydro rates, probably going to be increasing significantly over the next few years, and that might factor into the ROI a little bit differently. So yeah, I mean, if we can look at that as we get the data in from the current wave, and,
Yeah, still on that one?
No,
That's right.
I have other questions.
Yeah, so mine just build on that one.
Okay.
My understanding is the ROI is much faster than what you said from communities, other communities, projects that I've looked at. My understanding too is, and correct me if I'm wrong, most municipalities, because the current lighting system probably lasts 5 or 6 years of bulb, that you're pretty much replacing about 20% of your lights anyway in any given year. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that number.
Could we get that number? So in theory, over a 5-year span, we should have replaced all of our light bulbs. In theory. Should we not?
That seems like a very high turnover rate for fixtures.
Yeah, I've read it in a number of different municipalities articulating this, so I'm asking you the question, would that be fair for us or not? So it would be good to understand.
Okay, let me.
What would be the
check.
average over the last few years of how many percentage we replace every year?
Okay.
And there's obviously there's a net gain in terms of reducing our carbon footprint and energy use and all, costs of, but the ROI just on the amount you save, what I've read is, and even a 5 or 7 years worth doing today. Anyway, I think this is something we should actually be more proactive on. Anything more on the LED? No. On LEDs?
Yeah, we've had this conversation a few years ago, almost word for word. Looking at replacing them all, looking at the money you'd save. It came down to, like I said, picking off those lights when they burn out, you put in an LED light. And when it burns out, you put in an LED light. I don't know if there's any value in taking light bulbs out that are still working, throwing them away, and then putting in an LED light. So, I mean, we did have this conversation, exactly.
Well, there is value, and the business case is there for actually replacing everything
Let's
else.
have it again then.
Gary?
Yeah, it's not a bulb replacement, it's a complete
Yeah.
fixture
Yeah, I know.
replacement. And we did, I know Bob and I did look at it last year. It was going to be $2 million to replace everything. The sad thing is we don't actually have an inventory of all of our light fixtures right now, so I couldn't even tell you how many we have to replace. So, but there is an ROI, and what I will do is I will get council the number of units that we're replacing, and we can take the conversation from that point, because if we're replacing 20% a year, it's not going to take very long to get there. I don't think it's that high, but I will get you that. I'll get you that information.
And just one last thing on the bulbs, I also remarked that in addition to the energy savings, the illumination is actually far superior in terms of road safety. You can see from farther away quite a bit, so I would take that into consideration as well.
And you had another question?
Yeah, the other one was the 47, which is Cleveland intersection traffic light PLC replacement, and am I to assume that that's the one at Buckley and Hunt Place?
That's correct.
Yeah. What does PLC stand for?
It's the
It's like the control
English,
unit?
it's the control unit, yeah. So there's a fair risk if that fails that we'll be buying an emergency one. But again, there's a lot of the trouble run, there's a lot of immediate things we'd like to do. But that's it's the electronic control unit.
And maybe one last thing, on the transit stop infrastructure improvements.
Just what number?
Oh, sorry, that is number 38.
Okay.
I'm really excited to see a line item in the budget for this, but I think what would be helpful is to have a little bit, I don't know if we got down to the level of detail as to how the 75,000 would be allocated. I know it talks a bit about, a new pad and then a new bus shelter or something. And just wondering if there's a little bit more information to drill down on, and if maybe the 75,000, maybe we just allocate, like we've done a lot of shelters lately, maybe we just focus on the actual sort of accessibility and be interested to hear a little bit more. I know it's a very new item, so I'm sure that that's,
I take it these things didn't get, there is a spreadsheet.
I'm sorry?
So what I can read is, it's one, the proposal for the 75,000 is 1 new concrete pad, 2 new shoulders and minor improvements. It will make infrastructure improvements, a selection of transit stops to increase accessibility, so it's targeted at that.
So
So
that's
one
in
pad,
your,
2 shelters and accessibility improvements where we have concrete pads. I don't have which.
yeah, and I guess maybe my comment would be still that, you know, I don't know if we want to get into that level of micromanaging, maybe we don't as a council, but taking that 75 and do we do one more shelter or do we do, you know, 5 additional, you know, concrete pad additions or something, kind of spreading that out.
I think, like the active transportation and the roads budget, we should come back to council with a list of projects if it's approved, and then we can deal with that.
We can discuss it at Public Works.
Okay, sounds good.
Doug,
Thanks, and so I was looking at number 39, reconstruction increase. So we have up above $900,000 funded from taxation, and this proposes an additional $400,000 per year. And so I guess, I mean, I generally appreciate that we want to increase this, and I tend to agree with that. But $400,000 in taxation 1 year is almost 2% by itself. And so I'm wondering if there's some magic to $400,000, or whether we might go 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to the level we're at and sort of have what we talked about earlier, more of a stable level of taxation.
So there is some magic to that number. It's simple. The 1.3 is what the asset management plan recommends that we reinvest in our road. So the effort was to simply bring it back up to the level that the asset management plan believes it's at. Could we ramp it up in small increments? Yes, we could. But there is a magic at that 1.3 million.
But we don't have to do $400,000 1 year. We could phase it in. I don't recall it ever being more than $1 million. I accept the asset management plan recommendation. It just might be more palatable if we tried to phase it in rather than take 2% and tack it on the tax roll in 1 year.
I believe in 2015 or 2014 it was 1.2 million.
We've had a hard time getting past 1 million that hasn't come from a carry forward, you're correct. Having said that, I think it was always lower than what the asset management had suggested.
You done it?
Yeah.
Susan.
Till Susan passed.
Ted, you're on deck.
I did, I had to add an active transportation budget. On that, yeah, the asset management plan, has it been renewed? Have we had that, when was the last time the asset management plan looked at the roads?
2010.
It's 2010.
There's a special project request
Yes.
later on in the...
I saw that, and it's our original, in that slide, I gave a slide presentation a while ago on how inaccurate the machine is that does the asset management plan for the roads, and if there's new science to figure out.
It's in this year's budget update.
Yeah, exactly, the Benson as a special project, I would appreciate, like, attaching those numbers to a new asset management plan. It may be more, maybe less, but I think I'd like to actually look at, before we do any budget increases, have it based on, you know, we might have to actually increase it more or less, depending on what the new.
Oh, I think we will.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I agree.
Otherwise, why would we do one?
Exactly, but the 2010 one was, you know, just looking at spots in the road and trying to make long-term asset management plans from spots in the road, which is an incredibly inaccurate way to look at asset management. And I'm positive there's new science. I'm glad it's in there. The other thing was
the technology of the day, and you're right, there's been tons of
Yeah.
improvements in that, so I suspect the new one will be very different than the one.
Yeah, thanks, Gary, I appreciate that being looked at again. And the fiber optic cable, I'm wondering if that's, did you mention, Marvin, that it went from Brennan Park to?
It's to improve connectivity between the Public Works Yard and Brennan Park and Municipal Hall.
Okay, is that going along I'm just wondering if there's that's already along a road improvement?
Do you know what road it is?
Is it
Or
through
is it
existing
through
conduit?
is it through the active transportation route?
I'm sorry, I believe that it's all new. This isn't through existing, this is why it's in here, it's a totally new project.
'Cause
New
what I-
conduit, new fiber.
Yeah, if it went along the active transportation route, we had at one point talked about putting lighting along the corridor trail, and that's never really been done. And so it keeps on getting budgeted for and then extended and not put in the budget. So if there's continuity with the fiber being put in and just making sure that we're not being redundant, but keeping in mind that we did look at active transportation lighting for the corridor trail to make it 24 hours. We currently don't have that, and it's been like 6 or 7
So it's
years.
been 12 years because it was part of the
Yeah.
actual corridor trail plan originally, that any kind of new infrastructure would include LED lighting or all sorts of different things. So it's been around for 12 years.
So yeah, if that fiber,
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, we're
The
talking
decision
about.
on the lighting is in front of council
On the 19th.
next Tuesday.
for the corridor trail.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, the fiber optic is piggybacking on other trenches, right?
Yes.
I'm supportive of Doug's comment of ramping up the road reconstruction based on the survey results. That was one of the areas people commented on, was addressing some of our road conditions a little more, so ramping it up gradually. And then with the asset management plan, so if we added another 100,000 this year and then ramp it up based on the new asset management plan.
Did-
Sort of more of a detailed question, but as we ramp up that paving budget, does that include the special markings for bike lanes and stuff like that? So when we redo an intersection, are we going to be following the same model that we did for the Depot Government Road intersection? And will that be drawn out of the paving budget, or are we going to, are we going to include that in the project budgets as we go forward?
And maybe, I know a lot of these projects, they're, predominantly coming from the paving budget. There is active transportation money to make those active transportation improvements in that. Are you talking about?
Well, actually, no, my point was the opposite, was that, as we repave roads, that we automatically put that in and it should come out of
The paving budget.
the paving budget, whereas the active transportation, I sort of see as playing catch-up. It's like building that new infrastructure that doesn't exist because we didn't used to build roads that way. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I believe our standard practices when we repave using active transportation. It's usually paint. It's a rebuild if we're adding sidewalks, curb and gutter, and it's a totally different project. And sometimes we'll supplement if we have to use some of the active transportation budget to make it work. But typically, if it's paint and it's just an improvement on the current cross-section, we'll use the paving budget to get that.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, just wondering where this is going then. So taking that one item, for example, the paving increase, we want a resolution, does it go to a parking lot, do we need more information?
Did you want us to make those determinations today, or are you just mostly presenting it, we're going to revisit later? Do you want us to make decisions today?
We would love you to start working on what you like up and
Okay.
down. So Anushka's made this great spreadsheet that looks like these sheets. And on it, she can say what's yes and no, and then you can rejig that reconciliation we showed you of what does all these sheets look like down to what council might like to see. So you can actually actively see this
Let's go back to that.
updated,
Uh-oh.
Bigger.
right? So that
Can
we
you go back?
Well, it's higher now.
That's what we would take here.
Yeah, it's bigger than your slide.
So can you go back to the
Is
one,
that 10
and I think generally hearing that we want to ramp up slowly the paving budget, particularly before next year's asset management plan, so instead of 400,000, that one will be 100,000.
Sure.
Everyone okay with that? And then ramp it up once we actually have a new asset management plan to inform it?
How much is the asset management plan? And can that be, it seems 2010 is an awfully long time.
It's in this year's
It's
budget.
in this year.
We're looking to
I thought
redo
it's
it.
on next year.
It's in this year's budget. It's in front of us.
Yeah, we are looking to do that, and in the past, we have delayed it a little bit as we, like to get the information as close as possible to when we were going to asset management, but absolutely.
So you're talking about wrapping it up next year after we have the last.
Once we do the asset management plan next year, then we can decide whether, and hopefully have a more comprehensive view of what's needed for the roads. Once we get the new asset management plan.
Well, I mean, right now, how much short are we from the original asset management plan?
This would put it back.
400,000 a year short of the original ones because we started doing bike lanes and stuff like that.
No, that actually wasn't the
And
thing
so,
that was doing.
Yeah, well, we reduced the amount of money we were spending on roads to do other things.
No,
Why did we reduce it?
because we didn't want to do
We
more
didn't want
tax
to
for
spend
it.
money on roads and we were spending money, anyway, the
It
number
wasn't
one thing up
either
there
or.
is roads. And they're complaining about the roads and we're gonna go, let's throw 100,000 at it. And, staff are thinking 400 is better and we're going 100. And we're gonna wait for an asset management plan that most likely will tell us we're 600 short.
Yep.
So I don't know, I think we should go at least 200 and, you know what I mean?
There's a discussion point, thank you.
The number is 400 there for a reason.
I think staff is very happy to see a phase-in approach. I think we all understand 400,000 is a fairly big hit, and that's one of the reasons we put it down there. So I think we're comfortable with a phase-in, Mr. Dawson?
Yes.
And what Ted is suggesting that we phase in at 200,
A little
not
faster.
1. Karen?
Well, I'd like to propose that we phase in this first year at 100,000 and include the university bridge repairs in that amount.
So as covered off in $1 million.
So that it gets covered off in $1 million. So that takes it an urgent project above the line. Then we do our asset management plan with new technology and then we invest properly in what we actually should do. So that would be my proposal.
Well, why don't you put that motion on the
I'll
floor?
put that motion
Yeah.
on the floor.
Okay, so to clarify, we're adding $100,000 and including the 75-ish grand for the bridge improvement in that $1 million. It's been moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Blackman-Wolf. Ted, do you understand what we've done?
Yep.
So we're not saying go up $200,000.
No, I realize that.
Any more discussion on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, Karen?
Can I make a motion that we buy the electrical supervisor vehicle through accumulated surplus so that it's not drawing out of the green area?
And which vehicle was it? You wanted
That
this?
is
The electrical one?
19,
Okay.
the electrical supervisor vehicle.
Is it gonna be an electric vehicle?
Should be.
No, why wouldn't it be?
And there was
What
another
are we
one on
buying,
there
what are we
somewhere.
buying Fords for?
The bylaw vehicle.
Where's the bylaw vehicle?
Number 31.
31. That one is wrong. But those two, we get paid for out of accumulated surplus so that we free up some funds to move some other projects above into the green.
How does that free up funds?
It's not taxing for it. Sorry,
And
that's a misstatement.
Can
not
I
free up
ask,
funds.
we chose two vehicles, just want to articulate a reason why.
The reason why is because we currently don't save for new vehicles in our vehicle reserves. And I think we should find a mechanism to do that. Because once they're purchased, then we do build up the reserve to replace them. But, when we bought the trail machine for $200,000, we didn't have any reserves built up for that. And so I'd like us to find a way to do that, and maybe when our discussion comes back in January, we can think of a better way to do it. But in the short term, I'd rather try and move this fiber conduit installation up. So I'm trying to find ways to not tax for some of the vehicles.
No, I actually agree with your rationale, I just wanted you to articulate it. Ted?
I thought we did save for vehicles.
So for clarification, and I'll weigh in too, I actually like the concept. I think it makes a good sense of accumulated surplus use. And we replace the ones that are in the fleet already. When they're replaced, we actually do have a reserve that was based on its initial purchase.
Yeah.
So to Councillor Elliott's point, when we have new vehicles come along that aren't reflected in that reserve, we actually need a way to fund it. Once it goes into that reserve, it would be funded for the next round. So there's good merit to the suggestion.
Existing vehicles, we have a system to fund, new vehicles we don't. Susan and Doug.
I wonder about the optics of funding new vehicles, like at all, and about sharing vehicles and making a business case for actually sharing vehicles, or if there's vehicles that are parked, or if there's, like, I'd like to see a business case for adding a new vehicle for bylaw. I think we should have walking bylaw, or a walking and riding bylaw. Why can't we buy an electric bike? What is the merit of actually having another vehicle added to bylaw?
So we are actually looking at both initiatives
Yeah.
that you've mentioned. But this is a fairly heavy use vehicle because it's by law, and elected supervisors are going all the time. They're always moving around site. But yes, we are actually looking at other options through the active transportation program and the carbon neutral that the engineering's already scoping and looking at. So.
Yeah, I think that adding extra vehicles to a fleet is,
So maybe, I don't know if Gary or Linda wants to speak to it, but what sort of rationale goes into, or what's the criteria that staff look at when they do go to purchase a new vehicle? And there's two of them that were listed in this list here. One is bylaw, we're hiring X amount of new bylaw people, and we're looking at other alternatives, bikes and walking. Bylaw always at current. I don't know, what was the other one, sorry?
It's our
The electrical supervisor. Linda?
So currently Mayor Heinzman, the electrical supervisor, is actually using his own car. That person is on the road all the time with a car full of equipment and tools.
Yes.
Very difficult to do otherwise. And then the bylaw position as well is the reach of that bylaw person and where they have to go is such that they need a vehicle. On the other hand, we have individuals that go out to work sites, but not regularly, so they don't need their own vehicle. And in fact, engineering and recreation are both looking at e-bikes. So Camilla, as an example, who zips around, if she doesn't need her tools at the time, she doesn't usually carry tools. She actually doesn't have her own vehicle, so she'll use the rec van as an example. So we're looking at an e-bike there, an e-bike in engineering for the engineering techs. Because a lot of those positions share a fleet vehicle. It's just those specific ones like bylaw and electrical supervisor that are new, these two new positions, that it's difficult for them to share a vehicle. And so they end up using their own and then charging the mileage, which ends up being more expensive.
So there's business space for it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is that helpful?
yes.
Yeah, just for clarity, the electrical supervisor vehicle shows being funded from reserve, not taxation. Is there a reserve?
Thank you, that was an error. I had mentioned that earlier in the meeting, that
Oh,
number
I beg your
19
pardon, I
was
missed that.
unfortunately an error. It's,
Okay, pay attention.
no, you,
So are we
reading your
integrating
form, that's good.
electric vehicles into the fleet?
I'm sorry?
Electric vehicles into the fleet?
We,
Go ahead.
when we do try and right-size at every twist and turn, for many of the public works, particularly, many of the vehicles, sort of the F-150s and 350s and up, there just isn't a good electrical option. There is for some of our smaller fleet. We then have to look at, well, what's the relative cost of operating expenses? You know, how are they used?
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that we want to start considering more and more electric vehicles, and especially the ones that are staying in town and just pushing around town.
Mayor Heinzman, through you, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure you know that one of our bylaw vehicles is a smart car. One of our fleet here at Municipal Hall that the building inspectors use, and staff going to the city if they need to, is a Prius. So to Gary's point, we're always looking at right-sizing and looking at those electric and reduction in GHGs generally with our fleet, including e-bikes, which is kind of an exciting initiative we're looking into right now.
I've been wanting bikes and everything. Yeah, so that's great.
Yeah, we'll all be going on that.
Yeah, I know, we're going to be fighting over it.
Yes, sir.
So just to move something else forward with the Denville Park, And at the moment, it shows as,
Did we?
Yeah, no, and I didn't have a seconder on that last one.
Oh, I thought there was a second.
Maybe I missed it.
So let me just clarify, there was a motion to put
Motion to put the,
2 vehicles in accumulated surplus. Is there a seconder for that?
oh, I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilor Reese. I think we've had the discussion, I'll call the question, all those in favor, opposed, motion carries. Sorry, Doug.
So the community park shows as 150,000 in the 2018 budget, funded 57,277 from reserve, which I assume is CACs and so forth, 68,310 from DCC, and 24,413 from taxation. And I guess the outstanding question is whether there's any other funds that came from developers that might be applied to that to reduce taxation. Subject to that issue being resolved, I would move to have it go above the line.
So answer to the first question, you might not have that answer today.
Yeah, I'm working on that. The other thing to remember is there are ratios, so if you use DCC funds, there is a ratio of tax funds that has to come into that.
Has to be tax or just percent? Has to be taxation? Or could it be just from other sources?
Yeah, it just has to be a municipal contribution to it.
Yeah.
So it does not have to be taxed. We sometimes borrow for it, or if we have something from
But
outside
the
the
municipal contribution can actually exceed the DCC contribution, it just can't be less than. So on, I just don't want to lose track of so on the park, Gary's going to look to see if there's other funding. Either way, do you want it moved above the line?
That's my motion.
Okay. Second, moved by Councilor Ray, second by Councilor Blackman. Did you get that?
Yeah,
Then we move to the dental
community
park.
park item.
And the line is, so just to clarify, the line is, the green, at the end of the green is the 2.4% revenue increase, correct?
And the second grade.
Yeah.
And then the whole list here is the 10.6 revenue increase.
Yeah.
And this is not, this is just revenue increase, it's not including revenue in.
This is net, the projects are displayed as net.
Yes, but this goes up to the 10.6%.
That's what, yes, that's
Okay.
the, and capital is one of the biggest hits.
Exactly, the 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Plus, or, yeah. Okay, on that, it's been moved and seconded, you're clear?
Yes.
I'll call the question.
Just
On that, yeah.
one comment. And there is other development going on in the Denville area, potentially coming on fairly quickly, so would we be able to direct the future to this, to take down the debt? The DCCs and CACs from that other development that's coming on Government Road there, could we put that at this?
I guess that's sort of what the question that Council Race is asking.
So the future stuff coming in can go.
Well, there will be part DCC, so that's already
Yeah.
covered. There are no CACs. It's not a rezoning. It's not a rezoning. It's not a rezoning.
Oh, I'm
There
talking
will
about
be
the little
no-
one, not the big one. Yeah, okay. There's a little 6-unit deal we're looking at, right across from the school.
Yeah, again, DP, not a rezoning.
Okay.
I just checked
We can,
at whatever the other one was a DP, there were no CACs.
so I think the motion is though that if we can find another revenue stream other than taxation to complete that part, that we're looking for. But in the meantime, as is, it's going to be moved forward. Call the question, all those in favor? Opposed, motion carries.
Well, I need to get one on here before everybody uses up all their extra money. The entrance sign. When are we going to do that entrance sign?
Well, to be honest, it sort of got, and I'll own this one, it sort of got put into the wayfinding project and got dropped. Right now, it's, I believe the money is with the Public Art Committee to
Well, the money's
get
there
it
for it.
designed. There is some there. I don't think there's enough to build a sign for this. I'm trying to do this from memory. There's enough, certainly enough to get something designed, but I'm not sure there's enough for fabrication unless the carry forward plus this gets us there. And
Well, it calls for 30,000 in this year's budget. I didn't know if what that was for. On here, it calls
I don't know what the carry forward on that project is.
Could we put that in the parking lot and have a discussion about that? It was taken out the first 2 weeks when I first became a councillor 7 years ago.
Full committee on it.
But what's the?
There's actually insurance money.
Yeah, $16,000.
Yeah, 15,000.
So I'm sorry, what is it in the parking lot for? What would you like back?
Well, I'd like to find out what's going on with the entrance sign.
Verifying what 2018 and carry forward funding there might be.
We have an email from Michelle.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Mumbling doesn't get picked up on the microphone. I'm sorry? Mumbling doesn't get picked up on the
Yeah,
microphone.
there's a reason I'm trying to convey a message to Mr. Buxton. So, so we did have the entrance sign in, and it's carrying forward, and I believe 20,000 of it was proposed to be spent in 2017, at the time that we did this budget, back in September, October, and another 30,000 is coming into the current 2018. So I think the question is whether Mr. Buxton is...
So I believe that would provide, because I don't think anything's been spent, so I think that gives us 50,000, which is enough.
To do the study.
And that includes the insurance and...
That's design and fabrication, unless you want it to be incredibly...
No, rocks and
Those, the two big entrance monuments, green ones, those are 22, 24,000, but that's a lot of geotech work. So if you don't have that, you can certainly get a very nice sign for 50,000.
let's do it this year.
Susan. Thanks. I'm looking at the tourism access trailhead improvements, which is actually community access. Number 46. Is that for the top of the first?
Yeah, if we could get some details on that project, or where would we find that?
So on the new one that was on table, you'll have all the descriptions. Apologize that you accidentally got the 2019 list instead of the 2018 list for your capital, and there's a description and justification for every single project on this list in those key pages.
I don't believe we have, again, I don't believe we've specifically selected a site. We will be back with council to say best location and means to spend 50,000, whether or not it's Ravens Plateau, Perth, University.
Well, Perth's going to have a private property sign up there. That's cheap. It's $3.
But it is related to the parking, to the tourism parking strategy.
So that is that doesn't need to be put above the line, you're saying, because you're deciding still where to spend it?
No, it does need to be elevated.
It needs to be elevated.
If you
I would
want.
like to elevate that.
Yeah, second?
No,
I'll second it,
my understanding from the notes is that there's a detailed review plan for 2018 as part of the parking strategy, and that will identify locations. So I see this as a project for the following year.
Although, let me clarify, is the amount in this list for the review process?
Which
No.
No, it's capital improvements. It would be
No, this is
washer
a capital
engines.
improvement. There's another parking strategy implementation project that's in 2018 that will identify locations and the work recommended for each trail.
And it's above the line? I think she's just saying to bring that above the line.
No, there's already something above the line somewhere that says a detailed review is planned in early 2018 as part of the parking strategy implementation.
That's number 46.
Okay, so
So that's the description.
That's the-
but- So it's going to identify.
So in the operational budget, is that review process part of the 2018 piece of it? Is it review?
There is money for the parking strategy. To be honest, the review is not that complex. There aren't that many choices. And I say the last sentence is this project will complete, it's intended to complete the physical work. Washrooms, garbage containers, perhaps tables, furniture, signage. It's really intended to get work done on the ground.
I'm happy to defer that. I don't think that's an issue, but
It's been moved and seconded. Any more questions about that? Jason? Yeah, Paul has questions.
Yeah, I'm in support of this, and it's just because these are some of the key public-facing visitor areas, and I think it's good for us to make sure we can keep a handle on that, and I'm sort of leaning towards Perth Drive and the Eagle viewing area.
We'll get into the detail later.
Hint. But yeah, I'm in support of this.
Well, Eagle viewing for sure, I'm 100% on that.
And I think that it's a misnomer to say tourism, because it really does, it's for the public that accesses our trails, and to have public bathrooms and reduced in garbage are key pieces to our community's well-being, I think.
Yeah, I think this is, I'm sorry, I'm happy to support it. As we understand what the overall repercussion is, we may have to come back and revisit some of these things, but at this point, I'm happy to bring it above the line. I'll call the question. Yep,
For
sorry.
clarification, is the motion to defer it to another year?
The motion is to bring it above the line.
Above the line, okay, I misheard.
And this is line 46?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Necessarily opposes, motion carries. Jason?
I'd like to bring number 38 above the line, which is transit stop infrastructure improvements. And I think it's super important, and maybe we can discuss the amount. Perhaps I'm comfortable, adjusting the amount if we need to. But I think we do have to have an annual budget in there, because otherwise it kind of falls by the wayside, and then we're stuck with substandard
Bus stops?
facilities. Yeah.
Or bus stop.
Yeah, and it'll help with pedestrian circulation in general and safety, and, I'm encouraged by the fact that, our under 12 free bus policy has really caused a big uptick in our community as far as transit ridership, so.
Ted, I got them all. Okay.
Well, sorry, I think you're first.
That's right, Ted, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Everywhere I go, I look at bus stops. So I'm driving home last night through Vancouver, and I look at their bus shelters. Most of them are 2 steel posts, steel roof, and on it a little folded plexiglass. And we go with fancy big post and beam, with these funny roofs that let the rain come in and get you.
I had no idea you'd bring that up again.
I think we should revisit the design we're using for bus stops, and we could get twice the amount of mileage out of them. And, really, when you look at ours and you drive through Vancouver, you see all the people standing there nice and dry, and you see people standing on the side of the road out here because we're spending so much on them. We should revisit our design.
Can I ask a question about the ones that how much were the ones that the company put in versus the ones that we put in?
The ones that the other company put in free.
No.
Well,
But-
there's land prep in the operating budgets.
Yeah, I'd have to check on what we pay per unit.
Yeah, I think what I've heard from council is we want more of them. Of course, we want them to look nice enough, but we do not need a Cadillac model bus lean-to. We want them to look nice, but we do not need the Cadillac version. Yeah, I've got Doug, Susan, Jason.
Yeah, and just
Doug,
to,
Doug, Susan, and Jason.
oh, yeah.
Jason's last. So generally in agreement with this, and I'm just questioning the source of funding, whether or not it has to come out of taxation, or is that something that might come out of the gas tax monies, for example. And so if we could perhaps, if I could suggest that we defer the decision on this until we get some staff feedback on where the funding might come from.
And that's certainly how we funded the last ones, I think, was through some sort of UBCM program.
So through you, Mayor Heinzman, certainly it would fit within the realm of the Community Works Fund. We'd just like to make sure that we kind of monitor how much we draw, because we do rely very heavily on the Community Works Fund to fund our capital and our operating. All of the master plans and everything come out of our Community Works Fund. So we can certainly take this back, and again, just want to balance whether we're taking some out of active transportation or not as well for Community Works Fund.
Well, and I want to make sure we have that conversation about, do we want to, we're only putting $20,000 of tax revenue towards active transportation.
It's actually 100.
100, yeah.
Oh, was it
That was a mistake,
100?
yeah.
That was a mistake? But still, it's $100,000 less than last year
Yes.
out of the taxation. So I don't think that makes, I think we should leave it the same as last year. And maybe that does free up a little bit of tax for other things, but I have Susan, Jason, and Karen.
Do we have signs at all our bus stops? Do we have timetables now at all our bus stops? I haven't seen them. Yes?
We have this fantastic GPS apparently.
Well,
It's coming, isn't it?
And that's part of our contract with these transit, is it not?
I believe it is, yeah.
And they were supposed to do it a long time ago, were they not?
That sounds familiar to me.
Yeah,
Not
so,
such a decision.
Bob had brought the signs and they had to be funded. The signage, the holders for the transit thing had to be funded. He brought some signs, I remember, into council that had to be funded. So I just want to make sure that the transit improvements, this year, there better be timetables up on every bus
we did
stop.
clarification on that?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Go
Yeah.
out the door.
Yeah. Thank you. You know what, we might take a 5-minute break, and I think we're scheduled to go to 7, but I think we were hoping to get it by 6.
Okay.
Jason?
Yeah, just a final comment. I think it's just worth mentioning that, you know, if you look at the amount of money that we contribute to the operations side of the transit equation, like, you know, by putting in just a little bit more in terms of the capital side, can really, I bet you will get an increase in revenue over time that will more than offset it. So I really want us to not lose sight of this and put a placeholder there so that, you know, in future years, that it's just sort of a regular part of the budget discussion.
I feel like it's catching up on infrastructure.
Yeah, it's not like a frill that, you know, is just nice to
I saw
have.
a family out in the rain the other day, broke my heart. Karen?
Did we move the fiber conduit installations up?
So, thank you. Mayor Heinzman, we have a couple of outstanding resolutions or just making sure that we're all on the same page. One of them was the RCMP camera, one is the fiber being lifted up. I'm not sure if we captured the bridge being part of the
Yes, we
okay.
did. So we're going through the list, Christine, and I was under the assumption that the RCMP one had moved up because it was necessary.
Great, okay. So
I wasn't even.
that's
Same with the fiber
So go back on that.
general consensus
Is that
there?
everything?
Okay.
Everyone's okay? Go on.
So of the business cases, this one definitely has a ROI, 5 years or less, so I would like to move this one up. I think this is-
Seconded by Jason?
Oh, sorry, which one is this one?
Number
Fiber.
34, fiber conduit.
I
34.
thought that was it.
Moved by Councilor Alex, seconded by Councilor Blackmore. Any more discussion on that one?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, the ROI is awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, we should just do it.
Okay, call the question, all those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Susan? And then
Thanks. I'm wondering about the trail, in order for the trail improvements and the trailhead improvements. Are there fees that we take in
Is
from?
that 46?
Yes, 46. Are there fees that we take in from races and everything else that can contribute? Can we put user fees from the races that we have on our trail into that fund? Is that something we can?
So,
I don't believe we don't get any revenue from races currently.
we generally don't, other than some rental facilities, and then
Yeah,
there's,
like
you know,
it's-
like, there's some organizations where they donate it back, and then Chimp throws us a bit of it, and we grant it back out to our trails or Sorka or something, so.
So it's all going in grant and aid to Sorka?
For the trails, not the trail.
It's like about $2,000 in the past.
So Squamish 50 and all those races that contribute, none of that funding gets back to.
To my knowledge, I'm not aware of
I
it
don't
coming
think we
into-
have a municipal fee on any of those
We don't
races.
on our trails, no.
There's just an event fee, and that's
But
to
that's-
cover admin costs.
But that's just Devon's work.
That's
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, but there's no $5 per entry on any races, as I understand it. or
We don't
whatever that is.
There's not, yeah, there's nothing in our fees.
It's a conversation we could have with the races.
I think that's a conversation worth having, that we need some return on investment for our infrastructure that improves the usability of the trails and benefits the races.
Yeah, that's definitely a worthwhile conversation to have with them. But it's not, technically it doesn't exist right now.
which is definitely,
Even
even if it's $2, there's thousands of entrants to some of these races now, so it's,
So we can
would
get
definitely pay.
Woo, definitely.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm looking at 35 and 37, which are fleet replacement, two different trucks. In 35, it shows reserve funding of 48,297, taxation 1603, which is small. And the other one, it's reserve funding of 28,392 and taxation of 24,230, which is more significant.
Missed the mark on it.
But I'm wondering why they're below the line, based on the policy we have, trade them in when the time is good. And is there a reason they're below the line, especially the one with very little taxation contribution to it?
Could they in theory be deferred till next year? Is that what they?
No, honestly, we literally kind of hit the wall of where we wanted to come in for taxation funded capital at the green lines. We have everything down here because we consider everything on this list to have considerable merit and requires council review and consideration as to whether they're prepared to stretch their tax dollar further to do these things or find some other funding source. So to be frank, the fact that it's below the line really doesn't negate their importance, and I would tend to agree that for 1603, put it above. It's
There may be a rush.
For cars.
Question about why, how the funding for the fleet replacement of the Ford Ranger got so, like it should come up close to replacing it.
The problem is there's no such thing, I guess, as a Ford Ranger, so everything's being replaced with a 150 now. And so when that happens, it's just an automatic jump in price. So they're not being able to find an equivalent service vehicle that meets the needs anymore. So it is actually an extension. I hope I'm not confusing which ones that are, but my understanding is one of these trucks no longer can be replaced with the same type of truck, that they're having to go up to the 150 level.
Oh, so
It's a 350.
from our operational, they need the bigger truck, not that they can't find a small truck to buy.
Well, and I don't even think some of the small
Just
trucks are
has
built.
to-
Oh,
Actually, just
Thank
to
you.
clarify a little bit, so the one, I have to get my glasses at the right line here, number 37, and Mr. Buxton can clarify or not, but this is for our mechanic supervisor to be able to go out in the field and do replacements. The vehicle, the Ranger that he currently has doesn't allow him to carry the lift and different tool things to be able to do the mechanical
So he needs a
stuff.
bigger.
He needs a bigger truck. Is that correct, Gary?
So that's correct.
It makes it more efficient because they don't have the downtime, right, where the people are
Can
out.
do field repairs
They
rather
do.
than having to haul everything back.
So, I mean, there's been a couple of issues with vehicle, either new vehicles or replacing at, different level. Is there something within our vehicle fleet policy that we can
so Mayor
try to
Heinz,
anticipate these things a bit better?
I did look at it last year, and it really came down to the interest rates in between. So, it's a very sound bylaw, actually, one of the better I've seen. But when the interest rates are incredibly low, you're not getting the same rate of return.
Let me clarify. I understand that for if we were replacing the Ranger with the Ranger, but we obviously saw over the last couple of years a need for a bigger vehicle. So is there a system within the fleet bylaw, fleet purchasing bylaw, whatever it's called, to be able to course correct if we're seeing that the replacement isn't going to meet the need in the future? And I don't know how long ago they determined, I can't carry this lift, and they've just been suffering for 3 years or 4 years. Or if it was yesterday, they said, we need a bigger vehicle. But is there a system we can start ramping up that fund on an incremental basis instead of all of a sudden we have to buy a bigger vehicle and it's 25 grand on the test?
There is likely something we could build into it. My only caution would be that it's hard to know what the future need is going to be to know how to set that rate. So particularly with things like fire trucks, it's so exponentially huge. The difference between the standards now versus the standards back, we could never have predicted that. So it's tough. Like I understand what council's saying. I did go back, I did review with Whistler. They consider our bylaw superior to theirs. They actually don't
want to steal our buck.
They actually would prefer to steal ours. I mean, you do the best you can with the knowledge you have at the time, right?
Yeah, and I can remember this coming up in my first term, and it was with a fire truck, and by the time we got around to replacing the fire truck, the cost of the fire truck had gone up
3 times.
significantly, and we ended up with, I think, about a $500,000 bill to deal with the difference, and basically, it's just, and what I've understood, because this has come up, over the years, one of the issues is, you can't just take the number and gross it up 10 or 15%. There was a reason we couldn't do that, just in anticipation of more inflation or change in models or something like that, or a general upgrade with these reserves. So you kind of have to somehow deal with it some other way. But having said all that, I mean, I think that's maybe a bigger discussion. To deal with these two, the first one, number 35, where it's $1,600 in taxation, let me deal with them separately. I'll move that one is included with the difference coming from taxation.
Second that?
Second, and I'll just speak to my rationale for that. I'm going to say something different about the next one, but that's an existing one. We had a reserve. There's a slight difference. Our policy in the past has been to fund that from taxation usually, and so I'm suggesting we were just consistent with policy. You want to vote on that one first?
Yeah, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
So this is just line 35?
Just line 35 for
And
the
this
moment.
is to be funded from taxation, or?
Yes.
Well, not the whole thing, just the difference, $1,600 as it's presented.
But basically, you're just moving it above the line, as presented.
As presented, yeah.
So the motion is move it above the line.
Yep. The second one, number 37, my suggestion is that we park that one until we once again get an opinion from staff, because this shows $24,230 coming from taxation. But this is an upgrade. This is a different vehicle. And so to explore other options for funding that, whether there are other reserve funds or not, but to give us just a little bit more information on that, to see if we could treat that one the same way we're treating two of the other vehicles, for example.
So do you need a motion for that, or just to bring back more rationale on how we fund that?
So what I'm hearing is we'd like it above the line, but find us another funding source. Is that?
Well, I was suggesting we just park it for the moment to have more discussion based on the information you bring back to us.
Okay, and I think no discussion on parking. We could talk about parking, but not parking. And I want to take a 5-minute break in a minute, so.
I wonder if we can ask Kate if through the Small Communities Dividend Fund, she could apply for economic development funds for the wayfinding program. It's a possible avenue. I'm not feeling keen to put a lot of that money above the line this year, but I also don't want to see it discontinued, and I wonder if that's a possible avenue is to ask Kate to just investigate if that's even possible.
And I'm sorry, which program was it?
Well, I think it's the small community, rural dividend fund.
Rural dividend.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I stepped out of the room and you
No, they're just asking if.
Looking at if the rural dividend fund could fund the wayfinding.
As an economic development opportunity, or if Kate knows of any other means to see if we can get support from the wayfinding program, so that it's not all taxing.
Yeah, sure.
Or tourism. Did you have your hand up?
So do you think it's, I'll comment on that, you think it'll get thrown away if it gets deferred for a month?
I think if we defer it for a year, we're gonna lose the momentum on the program and it'll just be thrown away. That's just my gut feeling about it. But,
It'd be nice to see you sign up this year.
you're talking about the entrance sign? We're not talking about the entrance sign.
We're talking about more wayfinding funds.
So just to reiterate, the wayfinding was sort of a 5-year program of, I think this year it's 175, and then next year it's 2 something, just to keep actually following on the whole $1 million plus program we spent. But I just think if we don't actually follow through it, it's always gonna be that thing that doesn't ever make the list and you will just not follow through on that whole program. And I know the business community is really valued in particular. I've heard lots of positive comments and some negative obviously too. You want to follow up on that?
Yeah, Gary,
Yes.
on the wayfinding,
Yes.
could we look at the cost of even implementing some of, not even the larger signs, but some of the smaller wayfinding signs? And so if it wasn't 175,000 this year, but like what could we get if we were focused on more of the practical wayfinding signs, like how to find the library, how to get from A to B?
Yes, Kate and Christina and I already had those discussions about not doing exactly what we've done, is doing something different that might get us more for less or more for the same money. So yes, we're going to look at doing something different.
Part wayfinding.
Part that,
Yeah.
because I do believe we should keep the momentum going, even if it's not to that full amount, but some level. So
Yeah.
we could part
We could look at rural dividend fund and also some sort of modified program.
Thanks. And on the wayfinding, we have a growing craft beverage district now, and it'd be great to be able to have something that points into that area. So there's like 14 people, yeah, beer, ice cream, and it's economic development,
Yeah,
beer and
let's-
ice cream.
We'll have a conversation about content, but
Yeah.
in terms of focusing on the budget.
But
we'll
looking at
bring
different
target.
districts now, if we're, as those groups grow, it'd be nice to support the economic development.
And
of
we
that.
should encourage someone from that craft brewery association to join the leadership, the branding leadership team that drives the wayfinding stuff. Jason?
Well, let's not forget though that that sign, they're gonna have that 100-foot sign or whatever. with those big
Stories.
lights.
Well, that will do it.
Yeah,
Just
thanks.
as that would be
All we need is a dispensary in there.
Yeah.
Just under the sign.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break because my brain is soft. We are back in our
I traded you, Doug.
budget meeting and
got a
we
little
are
orange
working,
one now.
Councilor Cryer,
Oh.
we're working through our capital budget. And I'll pass this over to Christine. Do we want to do a bit of running tally right now or should we just keep plugging away?
Do you want to show
And if you have clarification questions to make sure we cover things off.
So at this point, your capital projects is sitting at about 7.6%, but that includes 6% of existing service levels. So you're up about 1.6 off of the additional items that have been fed in there so far.
And did you wanted, just to clarify, you would like council to look at the greens and see if we're okay with keeping those all above the line? That's one question for council. And I think there's a few things under the line that we may want to discuss still. And then if there's any other capital type program, this is the time to bring it up. Councilor Cryer.
I'm just looking at the Main Street pond remediation. Is that our oil interceptor?
Yes.
Underground?
Which number is that?
Sorry, number 18. So once that goes in, that means every development in the downtown won't be required to put 1 or 2 oil interceptors in. Because every development has to put one in the front and one in the back. So once that's in there, then we could get cost recovery on telling the developers, this, you're gonna give us $3 grand, you don't have to put your oil interceptor in.
It does sound like an interesting way of paying for an oil interceptor. Is it possible to do it that way? Or is it something we still want to insist on anyway?
Yeah, I think 2 questions, one of which I'm not sure that A means B. I'm not sure that installing the large one there means you won't have to install it.
It should.
But then there isn't any way to say, well, there isn't any way to connect A and B. The best way to connect A and B would be to make that a DCC project.
Make this a DCC project? Well, that's how you collect for it. Anyway, I mean, everybody, even a little 50-foot lot, you've got people parking out front and parking out back, you put an oil catchment sink on the front and you put one out back. To the tune of about $2,000 each, $2,500 each. So every development has to do that in the downtown. The bigger ones would probably have, bigger ones, of course, if you've got a 4-lot development, you'd have a big oil interceptor at the end. The trouble with them is, they fill up and nobody cleans them, so they just stop working. And nobody inspects them.
That's another problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's why this one was so important. And literally, that one there, I've been arguing for 15 years because of that very reason, because they've been arguing us.
So I think we're getting off track. So
Understood.
you're saying yes to the capital project, but we may need to consider some operational changes down the road.
Well, there should be some cost recovery on that, because development won't have to put them in anymore.
So I think staff can look in to see if that would actually create a cost recovery in the future, and then we can look at it in future budgets. Right? Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Susan?
I'm going to bring up something that somebody called me about the other day, and it is to do with the same project. When they did the paving for the whole Sky development down that area, and the sidewalks that don't end, and the oil interceptor that can go in, they also capped the road higher. They just poured pavement on top. They didn't replace the road. They were supposed to dig up the road and replace it. So now they've put inches of pavement on top and crowned the road, so all the drainage now goes into all the properties. And is, like, the sidewalks were already destroyed in that area. Fifth, on the other end.
So how is this related to the capital budget?
So I'm just wondering, as far as capital, like, maybe, I'm not sure if this was in their DCCs, like, to fix the drainage in that area is all.
Is it in staff's radar to fix Fifth Avenue drainage?
That'd simply be a road rehab project.
It's not
But
that-
it's-
Drainage
it must
master
be in there
plan
because
is being
it's
done
new.
this year,
Correct, yes.
and so it should throw that into the priority mix.
I'm not sure how
And then
detailed
that would
that-
inform the capital plan in the future.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Right, it's basically because it's a newer road, it wouldn't be, it was just, instead of actually rehabbing the road, they literally slapped pavement, and even the guys that were doing the pavement were like, we don't understand why this is going on.
But it's a drainage issue.
It's now a huge drainage issue. I wonder if it's a road issue as well, because literally it was just added to Olin Road. So nobody knows what the substrate is, but
I'm
now
getting
all those
blank
properties,
stares from staff, so
Yeah.
maybe you want to dig into it a little bit?
maybe it's a walk.
But if it's a drainage issue, we're doing the master plan, it'll be part of the master plan, it'll get put into the hopper.
Perfect, so just pay
If
attention.
it's a road asset management
I
thing,
think it's
it'll get
both.
assessed and put into the hopper.
Right,
When they tear down the old house and build it, they'll fix that road.
but when it's already
Okay.
brand new, it's,
So it will move into the capital plan,
Okay.
the asset management plans, and master plans, Jason.
Main Street is all.
So I'm wondering if it would be possible to get the data on community amenity contributions that are not allocated, that have come from the various rezonings over the last few years, and just maybe having just a general geographic breakdown, like, X number came from North Yards, X number came from Estates, or whatever. And just getting a sense of where that number is, because sort of where I'm going with this is that, something like, for example, a park improvement, like a water park, a more intensive type of use, I think is actually a pretty good fit for a CAC, because what we're doing is, recognizing that there's more intensive development, and as a result, we need to up our infrastructure game as far as, having that happen, and, maybe there is some opportunities where there's already land and there's an existing population base, whether, it be in the North Yards or the Estates, to put in some of these other improvements, whether it is, a mini water park or whatever, and kind of putting that money forward so that we're saying as a district, like, we're interested in doing something like this, and then that would allow perhaps community partners to come forward with matching funds, because the one, for example, in Terrace, I believe, it was half municipal funding, and then the other half was community partners like Rotary and some foundations and whatnot. And so maybe we can use that to leverage.
So
sort
can
of
we bring
one
that
time.
to an upcoming meeting, what the unallocated CAC piece is?
I just
Actually, it'd be
called
good
it
to go
up,
with the whole fund, but.
Yeah, I've just called it up here, and I'm just trying to have a quick look. If you carry on talking, I might have an answer for you
Okay.
shortly.
The other thing that I thought would be worthwhile too is having a conversation with the school district in terms of maybe they have the land, some of the land students, maybe we put the infrastructure on maintain a water park, for example, for the schools in the neighborhoods as a location, because some of our little, small parks just don't have the space for some of that infrastructure. But anyway, I think there's a conversation to be had, maybe with the school district on, provide some of that neighborhood amenity. Yeah.
Just on the concept of a water park, yeah, I think whatever level we cost it out to, it needs to recycle its water. Like, we shouldn't be using one-use water. I know Pemberton recycles their water, and it should have on-off times, which is like.
I totally made that as an assumption, but yes.
I don't think we should assume that.
Okay.
And my other thing, this is a 2019 project, it's the Replace the Greenhouse project. And I know right now the feasibility stage to look at moving it to the public works yard, but our integrated flood hazard management plan talks about moving critical infrastructure out of the flood zone, and the public works yard is in the flood zone. And so I know all of, well, one, could we move it up to the landfill and capture or keep off the landfill rather than off our sewage treatment plant? And does that make it a little bit safer aside from the great flow hazard? Or two, I don't know how big it needs to be, but I know all the schools are really wanting to partake in the Mampum Edible Garden project that CAN is doing with the Mampum School. And could we actually make it a joint project for the school district to put on land up in Garibaldi Island?
So,
Or just somewhere where it's not floodplain.
the greenhouse, you're talking about the one that
The municipal one.
we just grow our plants, fill our planters and you want to put them at schools?
I'm not sure that we should just assume that the public works yard is the right location for it, especially when we could use our own greenhouse to help local farmers or have partnerships with schools. Like, it could actually be a collaborative space rather than just. So maybe that the public works yard isn't the only and best location for it, given flood and lack of access.
Thanks. I think that is an awesome idea. I think the idea of moving it to the dump and capturing the greenhouse gas, and actually Matt Blackman was talking about doing a greenhouse project. Maybe this could be a good community project to grow our plants outside. I'm not sure if there's synergy there, but I think that's something that's worth looking at. And I'll wait I have another.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I think it's a really interesting idea. I'm just trying to figure out how we put it into a capital budget conversation.
It's not in this capital budget, I think it's actually on the list.
Oh, for next year.
It's like Project 58, which isn't even on our list.
That's for 2019.
But I just want stop thinking about, it could possibly not just be for us, it could be for other groups, we could share it, we could help teach farmers, new farmers, whatever.
Yeah, I think there's a community collaboration partnership opportunity. We have our greenhouse, but actually programming and encapsulating something for other groups. Within the hopper, okay. So is everyone okay with, I want to tick off some boxes for staff here. Everyone is okay with everything in the green being included? There's nothing in the green that you think should be taken out of this year's? We've moved some out of the tax revenue into accumulated surplus, but generally everything in the green. And we voted on some whites to go above. Okay, I don't see any hands, so we're okay with the green.
Thank you.
You want a motion?
Always
Sure,
helpful.
it's always helpful.
Okay, we'll move,
Make sure we-
I will move that everything,
It's 1 to 33 then.
yeah, 1 to 53, with the exception of the motions that have already passed, be included in the capital budget. Yeah.
I know on your earlier slide, you said we don't like to borrow under, was it 300,000?
Correct.
And so for the fire hall seismic upgrades, not all of it's going to borrowing. 146,000 of it is coming from taxation.
That seems strange, but it's probably because we'd have to go to another borrowing bylaw now if it's
28.
extended past.
28, so 224 is coming from borrowing, but then another 146 we fund from taxation. So that was just a curiosity to me why we wouldn't borrow.
Yeah, that's actually a good question.
Sorry.
28.
Yeah, we could borrow that one if council wanted to.
It seems like a kind of a random way to.
It was a random way, and please bear with us, but I think because the one, it's been increased, so we'd have to go to another borrowing bylaw, so that's probably why staff put it.
So it's some paperwork, but I think that's why I'd be more comfortable if that was all borrowed.
Yeah, no, agreed.
That makes sense.
So that's the last one.
Doug?
I'm into the white.
Okay, well, I want to get the greens off the table.
Sorry, you know why.
Is there a second?
What's their eyes?
Seconded by Susan. You understand the motion, Char?
Lines 1
And-
and 3.
And I'm gonna call a motion on the one that you just suggested, Chief.
Okay.
Outside of it. 1 to 33, with the exception of direction we've already given. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Why don't you put forward a motion?
Okay, so put forward a motion that line 28, the fire hall, Valley Cliff Fire Hall final seismic upgrade to the host tower, that we borrowed for that project.
For the total.
For the total amount rather than taxation.
Question?
Noticing that in the whites, there was a $8,000 item for signage. Would we want to throw that in there
Okay, well,
into the same project?
signage for,
Fire hall.
oh, for that
Valley
burn?
Cliff, yeah.
The whole thing?
Jeff just was here, it's a good idea.
Okay, so including, what number is that?
Including line 49,
Thank you.
Valley Cliff Fire Hall.
Is there a second? Seconded by Jason. Call the question, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we've done the green. Doug, white.
Thank you. Number 40, baseball dugout replacement, $14,000. I like these little ones that make people happy, so I'll move that goes above the line.
Seconded by Jason.
I didn't think you were running again.
40.
That's just your guess.
You know, let's just make a pledge not to make those types of jokes, because they're misinterpreted. I'm sorry.
I thought that was really funny.
Everybody's running again until
Unnecessary.
nominations are done.
Exactly.
There you go. Sit.
So it's been moved and seconded, was it seconded?
Yes, it does.
14,000 for the baseball budget replacement to be included above the line. All those in favor? Opposed? Charlie opposes, motion carries. Can we talk about the Brennan Park Arena bleacher heaters and the Brennan Park Rec Center front door replacement?
That's what they would do.
Okay, do you have more to add to that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just wondering about Brennan Park in general, the plan for Brennan Park, when that's coming back, what, like, it's, oh, sorry, I know, I missed that, didn't I?
So there's a plan regarding the revitalization of Brennan Park coming end of January, early February. Part of what's being proposed in the budget is $50,000 for public engagement on Brennan Park planning, so not just the rec center, but all of Brennan Park, to undertake a whole systematic 20-year rebuild of the whole park. But the Brennan Park facility
Yes.
is coming end of January, beginning of February.
In terms of master plan, these two
Yes.
items are general maintenance.
These are maintenance, so
Replacement.
the front doors at Brennan Park, into the arena lobby, how they're always They're broken now, you just push them and they
I
swing
know I
open.
bring off here.
Yes, they-
So it's to replace those. The heaters have been pushed out a couple of years. I'm not sure if council remembers, every year they get pushed out. They're actually now become a safety issue because they're gassing. So there's some offset gases that aren't very healthy. We could probably get by one more year with them, but it would, the ones on the Zamboni side, the Zamboni door side don't work at all. So only the other side.
So it wasn't on any of that.
Okay, but that's what's, I've put on the table already, so let's talk about the items on here and I'll come back to them.
Okay, come back, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's.
Yeah, there's lots more, I just want to get through the list, so is everyone okay with these? I'm just looking, where's that coming from?
Taxation, both of them.
Both of them are taxation.
1551.
Yeah, where is 51, the revenue for that?
It's in the next column over.
Oh, most of it's in 2019. Oh, I see where you're looking, yeah, sorry. And everyone okay with keeping that in, or moving above the line?
We're not here about the operating plan yet.
So are we talking about?
This is the tentative, like, we're gonna reassess this once we understand what tax revenue we're actually getting, and a whole bunch of other things. Look, the operational, this is sort of moving us forward. I suspect we're gonna come back and
Let's
have
put
a
it in the
discussion.
parking lot.
Jason?
So just on the doors thing, I don't know, maybe I haven't been to Brennan Park recently enough, but like, are all of them broken?
Yeah, they actually are.
All of them?
They all need to be replaced.
It seems like a general maintenance issue, and we should.
She doesn't have a maintenance budget for this kind of thing.
Because the heaters I get, I don't think we can really put that off much further because of safety issues. But the doors, if there's any way of cobbling them together for another year?
Oh, those are safety issues.
Yes, that's a safety issue.
Wow.
Are these the exit doors?
Yeah.
The doors
The pins on the doors are failing after you.
into the arena though,
No, they can't, the door.
between the lobby and the arena, correct?
No, between the front door and the lobby.
I can attest.
Oh, those ones, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was confused on what you're talking about.
I'll move that.
It could also be some of the swinging doors. It looks like there's several sets of
It
doors.
sounds like it's a whole.
Yeah, it looks like it's a whole.
And it's a program over 2 years. So, why don't we, Susan will move both of those, the heaters and the doors, above the line. I'll second that. Any discussion? Doug?
Well, on the understanding that, yeah, we're eventually going to come back and have a final look at this,
Oh, yeah.
so I can go with it now.
I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Did we miss anything?
Everything about it.
Everything's scheduled, but,
We've moved
did
this
we
on.
miss anything? Yes.
So we have left number 36, 37, 38, 41, and 42.
36.
Some of them are on the outstanding list,
No, let's drop it.
Yeah.
up on your parking lot.
Like 37. That's like funding, I
There
think.
will be potential signal. Sorry, I just need to. My headache.
I thought we had
That's
transit
it.
stop improvements.
That's a pre-design for the troubling intersection, 25 in 2018 and then build in 2019.
So, don't want to do that one, it's terrible, it's scary. It's the highest, one of the highest accident intersections on the map. Jason?
No, well, I mean, just a general remark though, like the alignment is the problem there. I don't know how we'll ever overcome that, like whether there's a light there or not, it's going to, anyway, but we leave it in the hands of the good experts.
Gary!
Oh,
The engineer's under the bus.
that's like cringe tie.
No jokes, Gary.
Yeah, so that's for the pre-design for that. Is that, did I get that right? Okay, Karen?
I just have a general question for Linda. Can we actually do all these projects? Like, I know we have 9 projects carrying over in the capital fund, but like, if all this stuff goes, can we actually, is this actually with the capacity to even make this happen in 2018? Because I hate taxing for money we don't spend in the year we tax.
I definitely made that point with staff over and over again to make sure that what is presented is what they have the capacity to do. Given that we do have some parking lot items, it's a good opportunity for me to go back and say that it's not ending at the green line. Let's regroup and make sure that you can deliver everything that's potentially going to happen. I'm told yes, but I share your skepticism, so it's a good regroup for us to come back with that.
Yeah. And you do have to do that independent analysis because there are different departments and different people working on it with different variables for sure.
I'm coming back to the Brendan Park
Yeah, go
conversation.
ahead. Yeah.
So, over the years, I've talked a lot about doing a new Brendan Park and actually integrating school board and other facilities into it, and not just revitalizing Brendan Park, but actually densifying third-party, having housing above school board or school district, and alleviating some of their things.
If you're talking about the master plan.
The master plan, but not just the master plan, but like not
So
like.
it's not capital related, so it's,
But like getting it done.
well, we're currently gonna get the master plan for third time this meeting is coming in January, correct?
End of January, beginning
So
of
that's the
February.
time to have that conversation.
So is it, we're getting a plan, so it's already being done. Is it going to include all of those aspects that we've been talking about?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Because there's a big engagement that we're planning on doing with the public to see what they want in their recreation.
Okay, can we include the school board into deep in these conversations? So that this
That's
is,
how we're.
That's how they're
Instructed
proceeding.
them.
It's currently underway and the community engagement is happening. And the community engagement is more than you, it's more than Ted, it's more than me, it's the community, which includes the
Oh.
school district.
Ted, I didn't know that, thanks.
Well, I don't want to have this conversation for a fourth time.
Well, I don't either, but I'd like to actually include those sort of plans so that we don't have to pay for a new Brendan Park. We get a new Brendan Park before the school board runs out of capacity and goes out and does their public engagement separately and doesn't include Brendan Park as an option. So that is critical in the public engagement that we, because they're already going out in January to their public and asking what they want, and if we don't have that conversation on the table, then their public engagement is irrelevant to the province. So that is critical.
Absolutely. Moving on. That's part of what we're doing.
Years later.
We're digressing.
I'm losing my steam. Can we stop?
Yes, you can. There's a couple things, I guess, did we have a decision on the entrance sign?
To park it and look at it, right?
Wayfinding was part.
Find out the money situation.
Sorry to torture you, but I'm just trying to make sure we have all of the things figured out where we are.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The entrance sign, I think we parked to make sure we knew where the money was.
Great.
What we-
Okay. So it wasn't comfortable that we had 50,000?
We wanted to confirm.
Okay. I think we did confirm, honestly, because I think that you're saying you have no spending on the entrance sign. And we had looked at it before the meeting and understood that it was coming forward. So the other 20 grand should be carrying forward now. So we should have 50,000
Yeah.
available. So based on what this sheet is, the other 20,000 would be an insurance policy and I believe accumulated surplus is the
So
other.
what's the total impact on taxation?
What's reflected on this?
30,000.
Wasn't there money for that in the wayfinding budget?
No.
Mine fits better.
Mine doesn't.
Sorry.
Personally, anybody who needs to know where Squamish is knows where Squamish is, and I don't need an entrance sign this year. I just,
Well, we have other.
I'd rather have wayfinding signs once people get in here, but everybody, we have the downtown side, we have the Squamish sign, we still have the old one as you come up the hill from Britannia Beach, and I'd rather just focus on getting people around our community by trying to move some of the wayfinding projects up and save the.
I think the whole signage program, the wayfinding program is actually sort of made the entrance sign redundant, so I'm okay not to.
Question to staff, are we getting rid of that old Squamish sign that's at the top of the hill?
Danny Hill?
Yeah.
Eventually, yes. Part of the wayfinding program is that we bring in signs and then we get rid of the old signs, because there's signs from 30, 40 decades, and they all look different, they all have a different vernacular, and none of them.
It's just wood. Yeah.
We could, there's probably a couple of them. The current direction has been, don't take it out until we're replacing it, but there may be some. Actually, I think the Public Art Committee actually suggested you just get rid of some now, because they're just
Too much.
awful. And
And
they're
the
not
rock,
using.
what about the fake rocks?
And-
We used to get rid of all those.
That's an Olympic legacy.
No, just the two Squamish.
Those signs.
Squamish ones.
Anyway, we can take that conversation.
So
I have a chainsaw.
I move that we do not put the entrance sign on this year's budget.
Seconded by Jason. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Breyer, Councilor Stell opposed.
They took that sign out the first week I was in 7 years ago. Been waiting for it ever since.
They'll have to run again.
Motion carries. I'm not, yes?
I'll be able to bid on it.
Anushka? Yeah.
We have one more item on the list.
Okay,
So
what's
I think we should decide on that item. It's number 36, and then we're done with that list.
For now.
Number 26?
36.
36. This is the design for the Garibaldi Tantalus intersection. Susan, Jason, Karen.
I suspect that we would be wise to do it just to keep the planning going,
I'll be
because
Jason.
otherwise we'll be a year behind on everything, and we probably would regret that.
Susan.
I was just gonna say I wasn't done with the entrance sign. The money needs to go somewhere, that insurance money. We can't keep putting it off. That was like, whenever that sign got hit, we have that insurance money, so put it into wayfinding.
Yeah.
Or put it somewhere. If we're not gonna get an entrance sign,
Well,
we've been sitting on that money, and I'm not sure why the insurance money never seems to make it into taxation or.
It's actually included, it would be
Okay,
carried
good.
forward if we did
Perfect.
the
Yeah,
entrance
but
sign, but
let's
it's a good
do
point, if
something
you'd
with
like
it.
to move it.
Just put it into the wayfinding signage, because that's what's
Yeah.
replacing the.
I want some bitcoins
Karen.
with it.
I was gonna ask a different question, but I'll go back to this one.
So we're on the Garibaldi Way design.
So it's $13,000, right, in taxation impact,
For which, I'm sorry.
Number 36.
number 30.
Is that the entrance sign again?
No.
Oh,
In 2018.
Yes, it's $25,000 in 2018 for the design, and then the actual construction would happen in 2019.
But in 2018, the taxation impact is
13,000.
$13,650.
Yeah.
DCC project.
Sorry, should you just move it around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gary, can we live without it for a year? The design? Can we do the design if we don't put this 13,000 in the budget?
Question.
No, that'll be just consulting design fees. We're not equipped to handle that in-house, so.
Gary, would the design be impacted any differently should developments at that end of the, like Polygon, Chima, or whatever, not proceed in the near future? Would that impact the design or the need?
No, of course, we plan out assuming, the design will plan assuming that that's going to get developed along with stuff up in Skyridge. It's going to be.
But if it doesn't move forward, would it change the design?
It may do. Not, I suspect not appreciably though.
If the Polygon development went ahead, could they pay for this as part of their traffic impact?
DCC.
Or is it too far away?
it would be tough to sort of directly assign the entire design costs to them. We might be able to negotiate something. I mean,
You could run into a fund.
but I don't think we can just directly assign it to them.
I'm not great on this. But I do have another question.
I have to think about this one a bit more. I'd rather park it for now. It's not a lot of money, but I'm just trying to get in my brain the sequencing of things. It's pretty
A lot of money in 2022.
terrible. What's that? Anything else? Yes.
There was one up there that you had marked as no.
It's probably the University Bridge,
Oh, yeah.
which we're including with
That's
the
going
road,
up, okay.
with the roads budget. So just for financial purposes, we want to make sure we don't duplicate the cost.
I'm gonna bring up one thing that's not on the list.
Thought you were tired.
I
Thought that was going to work to
So,
your advantage.
and it's certainly been, there was a study done before I was on council about this. And I know we're gonna get a million letters from the hockey people and arena users. And I had a conversation with a bunch of kids during the parade and a bunch of parents. And talked about a new arena, a new rink. And then basically then they said, well, at the very least, we need proper sized dressing rooms. It is ridiculously bad.
Build a new one.
Build a new what?
Brennan Park. Densify it. Pay for it.
I'm about to
Build a new one.
You've been working.
I actually agree with you, but this is not the place for the conversation.
It's never the place for the conversation.
No, we just said 3 times, now 4 times today, the place for the conversation is in January. So on that, is there a possibility just to do, I mean, we had a plan for this, actually drawings done up and to actually put proper sized dressing rooms on the east side of the arena. Is it, can we find those plans back and bring them back to the meeting?
We can find the plans. What the plans didn't take into account was that there's wood waste underneath that parking lot. So they designed, here's what your building will look like. It did not account for the fact
It's
that
upstairs.
the
There's no
engineering that needs to take place underneath the building.
Okay, but if we could bring it back and like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
Well, I mean, that.
That would work. That's what they did for the wolf pack.
I actually think that that's actually a great suggestion, that's where I'd like the conversation to go. Doug?
Well, and I think if I recall those plans, because you actually chaired the committee, I remember seeing those in my first term, Recreation Committee, and that contemplated the second rink, or second ice surface being built also to the east, and the washrooms between the two of them. But the last thing I heard from recreation staff was the thought of putting the second rink kind of in the back where that play area is. So
Yes.
it may not work as well. So there's that issue as well. We're going to build something that has some permanence to it. We want to make sure it gets servicing both ends.
We could,
Well- Okay, we're okay to terminate this meeting?
Thank you for all your great work today, council. I know it's hard.
Motion to terminate, moved by Jason, second by Ted, all those in favor, opposed, motion carries.